All right, guys. Oh man, it's Thursday morning. We are up today. Good morning, team. Oh man. Hope you guys are doing well today. Let me know what the volume sounds like. We do have a lot of stuff happening today. We got jobless claims numbers. We got Shopify, McDonald's earnings. We've got PCE numbers. We got the ECB rate hike decision. Just a lot of stuff happening right now. And so we're going to cover that all as we always do. Stick around. We got the SPY. We got Meta dropping earnings yesterday and just tanking here. We've got Shopify earnings this morning. We got McDonald's earnings, ECB rate hikes, PCE numbers, GDP, gross domestic product numbers. We got just a lot of stuff happening right now, man. And so, yeah, we'll see what we get. Something interesting. Hey, what's up, Arthur? Game, Straight, Adam, D, Fish, B, Yav, B, Voorhees. Hey, what's up, man? No runners. We don't really trade pennies anymore, bro. Like, pennies are cool and all, but we just don't trade them anymore. The reason we don't trade them is simple. I just don't find there's much of an edge. You know, we trade large caps mostly now. Let me get some music going. We just got a lot of stuff happening today, man. We got jobless claims data, PCE numbers. Hey, what's up, Ricky, Armando, Mike, Low, Bunty, Mark, Mike. 4 Meta puts just waiting to cash in. Hey, congrats, dude. Hey, what's up, Crypto? Meta going to fumes. I don't know. I bought the dip yesterday. We're holding. See, it did it again. Just to show you guys that it's not me losing. Like, I'm not down $400 in this trade. Again, what happened is that it had these big upwicks right here. And because of that, for whatever reason, it's acting like I lost $400 on this trade. My entry is 105.80. So my entry is right here, you know, right up here somewhere, right here is my entry roughly. And you know, so I'm not down $400 on 15 shares, being only down like $1 a share. I don't know why it says that. I'm really down 25 bucks here, and I might add some more to it. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, what's up, Beach? I think Bitcoin tanks this week. We'll see, man. A lot of stuff depends on today, bro. Today's the biggest economic release day of the week. Today we also have Apple and Amazon earnings too, so it's kind of a big week, man. SPY bounced it up a little bit. That happened to me on Webull. Yeah, I don't know why. It's not like I'm down that much. Oh, man. Shopify earnings at 7:30, Caterpillar earnings at 6:30. So in about 12 minutes, we got Caterpillar earnings dropping. McDonald's earnings at 7, Southwest at 6:45, Merck at 6:30, DQ at 6:30, GBX already dropped, Checkpoint dropped, Overstock.com dropped. Let's look at Overstock real quick. What is Overstock? OSTK. So Overstock dropped already. It's not actually reporting them yet. Let me see what I'm showing up for Overstock here. All right, so Overstock dropped a third quarter EPS of 13-cent profit, beat the 12-cent estimate, sales of 460 million, missed the 479 million roughly estimates here. So Overstock had mixed results. These were them right here. And we're going to cover all the stuff that comes out today. We got a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's probably what happens, Arthur. I did it yesterday too. Poll of today. Yeah, we're gonna do a poll. The poll is gonna be relevant to today's jobless claims and GDP data that's coming out. The poll is gonna be relevant because again, GDP data drops today. We've got GDP quarter over quarter dropping at 8:30. We got the GDP price index, GDP sales, initial jobless claims, PCE prices for the third quarter, real consumer spending today. We also have continuing claims, of course. We got the ECB's interest rate decision for October. Expectations are for 2% for the ECB's interest rate decision. We've got the ECB marginal lending facility coming out with some stuff. Mexican unemployment rates dropping. European, Italian consumer confidence and business confidence, as well as industrial sales. Just a lot of stuff dropping today, man. We're going to stay busy all morning, really. Hey, what's up, Paulo? Larry? I'm just going to put bullish or bearish on today's economic data releases. Bull, bear. We got so much stuff releasing today. We got ECB rate hike decision, GDP. We got jobless claims, retail sales, ECB rate hike. Vote on the poll. Fed raises 50 basis points. If so, that would be good news. Yeah, for sure. Y'all do me a favor, hit the like button. I got a haircut yesterday. Rate my haircut. I told him to cut it shorter on the sides because like the sides are what grows out the fastest. It makes it look longer. I think I'm going to just continue to do that from now on. Jack finally got a haircut too. He needed it. Hey, what's up, Mark? Hey, thanks for the support, man. We're going to do a Twitter poll as we do also here, team. Here we go. McDonald's at 7 a.m. Seems to me that any of the news. Cut your bro. I've tried to cut my own hair, dude. It never works, bro. That doesn't work, man. Today we got a number of stuff coming out. Today we have specifically ECB's rate hike decision, durable goods orders, core PCE prices, GDP price index, jobless claims, consumer spending. Yeah, just a lot of stuff. All right, guys. Yeah. All right, team. It's a huge day in markets. Big day. Again, we're doing a poll on Twitter. And we're going to make the poll. How long until those numbers come out? We'll make it about 4 hours long. Twitter will be delisted from the New York Stock Exchange on October 28th, according to a delisting notice from the exchange. How's Twitter doing here? It's up to almost $54 a share. So Elon's taking it public or private, is what that means. Again, vote on this poll on Twitter. Speaking of Twitter, vote on this Twitter poll. Hey, what's up, Lewis, Mark, Ace, CT, Gia? Apple is post bell. Okay, John, what do you think about a bounce now before the open and release? I don't know. So the release is, just to put it into perspective, are before the open. So they're not at the open. They're going to be before the open. Most of them come out. ECB's rate hike decision, which will be very influential, happens at 8:15 market time. 8:15 market time. The rest of the stuff drops at 8:30. Hey, what's up, crypto? Thank you, man. There's now an increase by 35% that the Fed might do a 50 basis points in December, but that depends on the data. No chance in November we'll see a 50 basis points, but that's basically zero. Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to do 75 each one, you know. The question now is that because the expectations are changing, because the expectations are changing, does that influence what happens if we do get a 75 basis point rate hike? Mm, 75 basis points in November, December, which tanks the market, even though that's what they said they were going to do. Yeah, exactly. That's the question now, Ricky, is does that influence the market negatively now that the expectations are changing? Twitter up to 54. Again, Twitter's going to get delisted this week. All right, so yeah, Twitter shares are going to be suspended on the New York Stock Exchange as the buyout deadline nears. Effective Friday, Reuters reported. So effective Friday. Hmm. All right, guys. Yeah, SPY at 382.20s. All right, SPY at 382.30s here, 382.30s. So Elon's looking kind of swollen in this picture, bro. I don't know if the sink is just heavy. But I think Elon got mad after those pictures of him on Mars, or not on Mars, sorry. After those pictures on the boat posted of Elon shirtless. I think he got a little weird about it. Now he looks like he's been pumping up some, pumping some iron here and then getting a tan is what it looks like to me, personally. And I get it. I kind of get it. If I was him, I might do the same, people, if people are saying you might be an alien, it might be time for that. Anyways, Twitter at 53.90s, all the way back up to that 54 price that he bought it out on. Again, speculation is that they are going to go private here. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't actually say. I have a bad feeling winter's coming sooner than later. It'll be budgeting once so they can add a price hike and energy. Just cause someone to yeah. I don't know. I don't call anybody idiots, I might disagree. Hey, thank you, Crypto. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, sir. Thanks for what you do. It's a great help. Hey, thank you, V. Good morning, peeps. Hey, what's up, car guy? I'm handing out life lessons this Halloween. I got a lot of them, bro. Does Elon save money if Twitter closes above 54? A little bit, Y'all do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button as well. Yeah, ExxonMobil will be big. Hassan, 100%, dude. Cat earnings dropped. Yeah, so Cat earnings dropped just now. We do have Cat numbers. Cat numbers just came out. They are up 395 in EPS, beat the 327 estimates. Sales of 15 even billion, beat the 14.85 billion estimates for Caterpillar. Here are those numbers right here in chat. You can see them right here. And if you look at Caterpillar on the left, they are reacting positively. They're up to 201 right now from this data release. Yep. A lot of stuff happening, man. All right, guys. So yeah, a lot of craziness coming out today, man. We got Shopify earnings dropping today too, man. We got just a lot of stuff. We're having so much stuff. It's hard for me to title and keyword my stream. There we go. That's gonna have to do. But yeah, look at Caterpillar pop up with these good numbers. We also have Shopify drop today too. I'm not sure. If you forget to happen after a delist, they're gonna give you the equivalent value of what it's worth. So if you forget to sell by Friday, what they're gonna do is they're gonna take your shares and they're gonna calculate how much they're worth, and they're gonna pay you a set amount is what they're going to do. And that's what happens when they delist. If you don't get out in time for delisting, they just kind of pay you what they deposit the rest of what that was worth, essentially. So essentially they just kind of get you out the trade and pay you what it was worth, if I remember correctly. And if anybody says I'm wrong, y'all can correct me. I might be wrong. I don't think I am, though. I think I'm pretty sure that's what they do, which is that they're going to compensate you for whatever it's worth. Hey, what's up, Daniel? You banked Snap. You plan to do the same with Meta? Well, yeah, that's the plan so far, bro. I don't know what Meta's gonna do. I'll tell you this though: Meta is a much smaller trade. Snapchat, I had a lot of, I had a lot of, I had a lot of optimism and a lot of. I basically believed in Snapchat a lot in terms of buying that dip. I thought that dip for Snapchat would be incredibly profitable. And so again, if you look at my trading here for Snap, I sized in. Let me see if we can get this to refresh. But you can see here, I sized into Snapchat. Yeah. And so again, you can kind of see me size into it here. I started adding down to the 820s, scaled in down to the 760s. I don't know what that was about. Oh, maybe I took some profit at 835. Regardless, you can see I scaled it heavy. I had like 250 shares, and I rode this thing up really nicely. I got out most at the almost $9 level here. But I did sell a little bit more in 960s. I did sell the rest yesterday at 945. And so we took some size, and it worked out great. It worked out great. With now with what did we buy? With Meta, I'm less confident in that. Like Meta, you can see it here. Like we just bought a little bit at 105. We just bought 15 shares. And so I'm certainly less confident in Meta. I understand Meta's range is a lot larger than Snapchat's. And because of that, I'm just not as confident in this dip. The sizing I take in my trades is all based off of the confidence I have in the specific trade. And with Meta, it's a very small dip buy for a lot of different reasons. The main one is because the range is huge, and if it goes against me, it can go against me fast. With just 15 shares, I can lose hundreds, and I'm not trying to risk a ton. As opposed to Snapchat, which I had a very strong opinion that it was going to bounce back, and I was very right. Had a lot of haters on Snapchat, but was very right. And of course, the haters are completely silent now that Snapchat's up over 25% in 3 days after that dip buy. So it is what it is. But as you can see, this is my trades. This is showing my trades. With Meta, it's just a little bitty dip buy. I'm just not as confident in it. To be completely honest, you know what I mean? So if I lose on Meta, it'll be small. And we'll see. Today we got Shopify earnings dropping. I believe they drop a little bit later, though. Shopify actually starting to break down. Market's testing the previous closing price here. Let's look at the dollar index. I think that's going to be relevant today. Dollar index is back over 110s again this morning. That's not a good sign, of course. I do want to say this, though. Bears, be quiet Like, don't call people names because they take the opposing side. I truly don't understand this. Yesterday, after I bought this 15 shares of Meta on the dip, I had people calling me irresponsible and calling me names again. It's just kind of like, bro, y'all don't learn anything, man. Like, it's not about what you think. Like, the reality of it is, you got to let traders do what they do, man. You really got to let traders do what they do. I might be wrong about Meta, but it doesn't matter because over the long run, I'm right about my swing trades, right? And so my little 15 shares of Meta doesn't matter. And calling people names doesn't accomplish anything. I truly don't understand why bears are so weird about longs. It's like, okay, a long trader can take a trade, and if somebody's shorting it, most of the time they're just kind of like, that's okay, right? If a bear sees somebody long what they're bearish on, they freak out, bro. They freak out. They can't handle it. And so for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just the same person making a bunch of alt accounts, just kind of crying about everything, but bears chill out, man. Like, I'm going to take my trades. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And, I've been very green doing what I'm doing here. You know what I mean? So even if I'm wrong about Meta, it's 15 shares. It's relatively insignificant. I think, every trade you get into, you have to have the understanding that you might be wrong, bears included. And so bears, even though you might have the biggest bear argument for any of these stocks, right? Number one, if you're betting against these giants of companies, right? If you're betting against these giants of companies, number one, I don't think that's a smart move short term. Like, long-term bets are fine if you can find somebody that'll let you short it long-term without giving you a margin call or something like that. Fine. But in order to capitalize on some of these giants failing, you're going to have to wait and be very patient. It's not something that's generally going to happen overnight. And so what I'm taking here in terms of these trades, like, a lot of people thought Snapchat's going to fail, and Snapchat might fail, but it might fail in like 2 years. It's not going to fail right now, And so until that, I look for objective value relative to the range it's in, and I try to buy the bottom and sell the top. That's what I do. And again, it works very well. And so in that way, some of you guys might be right about these social media companies long term, but short term, y'all are wildly wrong. And that's what people have to understand. Snapchat, short term, wildly wrong. It's one of those things where it's like, these are behemoth companies. These are not small companies. They're not just going to die. They're not just going to go out of business tomorrow. It's going to take them a while, and so in that regard, if I can ride the range short term, I will. Yeah, we tried to watch the Bad News Bears, the new one with Billy Bob Thornton, yesterday with my son, or the day before yesterday, actually. And we got about 20 minutes in, and we were like, nah, you can't watch this. My son's 8. Didn't work out. SPY at 381.70s here. We got Meta down there. Again, Shopify does release earnings today. We also got a lot of other big earnings coming out today. We've got specifically McDonald's dropping at 7. In 15 minutes, McDonald's drops. In about 45 minutes, we got Shopify dropping. MasterCard drops at 8. Southwest Airlines should have just dropped here. So LUV is the symbol. LUV just dropped. They dropped third quarter EPS of 50 cents, beat the 44-cent profit estimates. Sales of 6.2 billion, beat the 6.23 billion estimate. So LUV just dropped earnings. They are moving up on this number, and you can see the data right here. Southwest just dropped numbers. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, it's important for people to understand, bro. I think your meta buy comments are political, not based on why you bought the same. With Disney. What do you mean political? Like, I'm looking for objective value. It's the same type of trade. It's literally the exact same thing I did with Disney, which is wait for a big dramatic drop and then bought the dip. Like I said, I think that Facebook, I don't think Facebook is going to fail tomorrow. I think it might fail, but I think right now what it has going for it is Instagram. Instagram's still pretty big. Instagram's still going to be bringing in billions of dollars a year. just based off of how many users it has. So is Facebook. The older people still use Facebook. I give them maybe 10 more years until that generation just kind of goes away from Facebook altogether. Right. And so that gives Facebook about a 10-year window to acquire other up and coming brands, which is what they're trying to do with the metaverse, to build up and coming brands with the metaverse. So that gives them about 10 years to acquire other things and build up the metaverse. Right. And if that happens, then they might succeed. But I think they're in trouble, and I think that everybody sees that they're in trouble. But if they're down at $100 a share, I think there's probably objective value arguments there. But again, maybe I'm wrong, but politics, it doesn't have anything to do with politics. I don't even know how this is related to politics. Um, right. Thank you, Sick. Snap was already cheap, which was a nice play. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah. Disney and Facebook are big political issues in the news, and they knocked you because of the political side of both companies, not based on your sound reasoning for buying. They knocked me because what do you mean knocked me? I'm confused at what you're saying, Larry. Is what I'm trying to figure out. They increased the price of YouTube by 5. Yeah, that's to be a lot, and I think most people are going to pay that. I have YouTube Premium. I love it. Yeah, I'm just confused. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not political at all. I don't think. I don't really like politics at all. I don't like both sides. Like I could critique both sides and just kind of bother everybody, or I could just not say anything about politics because I really just dislike them. But I'll tell you this: it doesn't really have much to do with politics. Facebook's dip buy. This mostly had to do with. I listened to their earnings call. While everybody hated what Mark Z said, I kind of heard what he was trying to say, and I think that, Facebook is just down what 30%. 30% in a day is a pretty big extended drop in my opinion, right? So something down 30%, especially something like Facebook. I think I don't think we're going to break down to $50 a share for Facebook. I think that we're probably going to bounce. But again, maybe not. But we'll see. Okay, got you, Pawn. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, Larry. My bad, dude. I don't know if it's early. Everybody else is correcting me. Okay, got you, Larry. I didn't read your last comment. Disney and Facebook are big political issues in the news, and they knocked you because of their political side of both companies, not based on your sound reasoning for buying. 100%, bro. You're trying to compliment me. My bad, Larry. I'm dumb. Thank you, sir. Got you. Okay, yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree, man. At least I wasn't the only one confused, though. But no, I 100% agree. I think that people overestimate the weakness of these companies, specifically because they're looking at it from a political lens, and they are usually, I don't pick sides politically, but I think usually people on the right in these instances overestimate the weakness of these companies because they are of the opposing political party, basically, right? And so it's confirmation bias. They want these companies to fail. And so in that regard, they overestimate their chances of failing short term, right? And in turn, get really, really emotional when I buy them after these big drops. That's exactly what's going on, to be honest. And that's fine because I can capitalize on that. That's what I did with Disney. That's what I'm doing with Meta. That's what I'm doing with all of these. And Larry's exactly right. He's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm doing, because again, confirmation bias is a very strong thing. Basically, you overestimate the chances of something you want to happen happening. And that's exactly what is going on with Meta right here. And I think that's also why bears get so weird and emotional and call me names, is because they want Meta to fail. So if I buy that dip, they're like, oh, they take it as a personal attack. When really, I'm just looking for objective value. That's all it really is. But yeah, confirmation bias is a really strong thing, 100%. Maybe it's because they're cranky after hibernation with their snacks. Hey, maybe, possibly. Yeah. Yeah, text is hard to understand the context stuff, you know. Uh Context is hard to judge. It's hard to read, what people are trying to say sometimes in chat, you know. Um all right, guys. So yeah, we got, about 7 minutes. All right, guys, we're at 103.40s here for Meta here, so kind of consolidating. We'll see if we end up breaking lows. SPY in the middle here. SPY is technically green, or is technically red on the day, but starting to pop up to try to get in green. 382 is roughly the previous closing price. Again, we do have Shopify earnings today. Shopify is breaking down here. I got a lot of things coming out today, so again, y'all be ready, man. It should be a fun day in terms of market activity. We got ECB's rate hike decision. Southwest Airlines did drop an earnings beat. I'm looking at their guidance numbers. Yeah, I gave up McDonald's a long time ago, bro. The only time I'll eat McDonald's. All right, we got about 6 minutes to McDonald's earnings. But yeah, I don't eat McDonald's anymore. The only thing I'll eat McDonald's for is the occasional breakfast, but that's pretty rare at this point in time too. I haven't had a double cheeseburger in like a solid year. Honestly, man, I never thought the deal with Twitter would go through. Never thought the deal with Twitter would go through. All right, guys. Again, Shopify down. We do have McDonald's earnings dropping in 4 minutes, guys. Mickey D's earnings dropping in 4 minutes. Bull or bear? Let me know. Again, 4 minutes, guys. McDonald's earnings. We also have MasterCard earnings dropping at 8. But yeah, right at 7 a.m. we got McDonald's. We got Altria. Yeah. We have Pfizer. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, we got McDonald's dropping. Expectational numbers for McDonald's are 2.57 EPS, so $2.57 in profit EPS. Sales revenue of 5.74 billion. So we got some data getting released today. Let me know if you guys are bullish or bearish on this. Pawn. I love McDonald's, bro. Don't get it wrong. I just don't eat it anymore. I can't, you know. Like I said, my stomach problems made me stop eating it. Railroad union threatened to strike again. Interesting. I wonder how that'll affect railroad stocks. What's up, Daniel? Hope you're doing good, brother. Next level for Meta is 90, and the reality is the potential to go to 72 is on deck in this market. I disagree, but I might be wrong. Five Guys is good. I love Five Guys. Five Guys is really good. Shaq owns a bunch of Five Guys restaurants. Five Guys is good. All right, guys, 381.80s here. McDonald's is at 257.70s. 257.70s. All right, guys. So again, McDonald's is at 257.70s here. The SPY is at 381.80s. The dollar index is at 110.12s. Again, less than 2 minutes before this data is released here for the GDP and jobless claims numbers. Yeah, I don't know who they are, HM, but they could call me out. That's okay. You know. Where though? You know, I don't know who those guys are. Anyways, McDonald numbers drop in less than a minute here. Oh, I see. I see what you're doing there, bro. I see what you're doing there, dude. You're not gonna get me, bro. I see you. You had me worried for a second. You about to get banned in here, son. Good day, sir. Trying to get me to say that stuff, bro. I see you. Not today. All right, guys, there's the numbers. Let's look at McDonald's earnings. McDonald's earnings are out. McDonald's numbers are out. McDonald's dropped third quarter EPS of 268. 268 EPS, better than the 257 estimates. So McDonald's came in a little bit better than expected for EPS. Again, 268 EPS estimates, or 268 EPS, better than expected, better than the 257 estimates. Sales revenue, 5.87 million, better than the 5.74 million estimates. So McDonald's came in better than expected on both metrics, EPS and sales revenue. And so SPY moving up a little bit. McDonald's did pop on this data. Again, EPS of 261 beat the 260 estimates. I'm showing 268 for EPS. Why are we getting two different numbers? Anyway. McDonald's, yeah, 261 beat the 260 estimate. Sales revenue, 587 beat the 572 estimate is what I'm showing on Benzinga here for McDonald's. So here's the McDonald's numbers. Who got banned? HM was trying to get me to so he said blank and blank called me out. He said that two people called me out. When you look further into who he said called me out, he was trying to get me to curse and say some pretty vulgar things. It was one of those things where the two words put together made a curse word. One of them a very bad word that would have gotten me in trouble if I would have said it on stream. So he was seeing if I would repeat that, um, and I did not, fortunately. So good day, sir. Uh, Yeah, man, we've had a fun time in the combine, bro. I mean, Larry, you got to understand it like this, bro. People look at it with unreasonable expectations, I think, for like Top Step in the combine. I think you really have to look at it with reasonable expectations. I think if you look at it from like, okay, if you're trying to learn futures and if you want to, you got to look at it more so like you got to look at the combine like something that's going to make you a better trader is what you really have to look at it. If you look at it as like a money making opportunity, which it can be, then you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. What the combine is going to do is that if you're struggling to be profitable, the combine is going to give you rules to follow, show you your stats, help you build trading plans that it's going to tell you whether you're following them or not, and make you trade within a defined rule set, right? So you'll be able to really gauge how profitable you are in these combine tests. And then, of course, if you're profitable enough, you can ultimately get funded and all that good stuff. But you got to look at it reasonably here. The base one's 130 something a month. If you use my link and get 20% off, with that, it's going to give you 50K in funding. And so it's not easy to do. It's not going to be easy to do. It's going to take a while to do because, frankly, they're giving you $50,000 in funding if you pass it. And so they're going to vet you heavily because of that. But regardless of whether you get funded or not, it's going to make people better traders. It's going to get them around the PDT rule, give them some pressure to succeed, but not the full extent of a live account. And ultimately, it's going to help them be better, in my opinion. We did make money yesterday. It was kind of a crazy day. Kind of a crazy day. But we did make money yesterday. It was kind of a fun day in the market. But what we're gonna do today, guys, what we are gonna do is we're gonna scale up our size, and we're only gonna trade the regular E-mini today. We're not gonna trade the macro. We're not gonna trade the macro, or we're not gonna trade the regular micro. We are only gonna trade the regular E-mini. And that's it. So yeah, yesterday we made about 270s. So again, it made me decide that we got to scale up our size. We truly have to scale up. It's time. All right, guys. McDonald's ripping up on these good earnings. Yeah, all good, Larry. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, but I think it has value for a lot of different reasons, of course. But I think that's one of the main ones. And if anybody wants to check it out, of course, they are sponsors, so I'm biased naturally. You can check it out. There's the link. Did you make money on Meta? Well, I mean, Meta's still pretty early. I just bought the dip. I'm not down anything substantially yet. We're just kind of sitting in it, seeing if we bounce back with small size. I'm holding like 15 shares, so it's not really a huge trade for me, to be honest. Again, today we got Apple and Amazon earnings, which are behemoth companies, man. The big boys are today. Apple and Amazon. Those are going to heavily influence markets. McDonald's dropped again at 7:30. We do have some other stuff dropping. So we have Merck dropping at 7:30. Or no. We have Shopify dropping at 7:30. They're expecting 10-cent per share loss. Look at McDonald's fly, though, here. McDonald's is ripping up. Not much volume, but up to $264 a share, helping the market bounce back a little bit at least. The dollar index is moving up, though, with it. You can see the dollar index all the way on the right. It is moving up some, so that's not good. But, we'll see what we get. Yeah, I didn't even know Comcast was dropping earnings, to be honest. Honestly, I hope Comcast fails, to be completely real. CMCSA. All right, so Comcast beat on both metrics, unfortunately, though. Here's Comcast. Comcast beat on both metrics. It is ripping up. There's the numbers right there in chat for Comcast. Unfortunately, I do think Comcast is going to fail long term, but I think they're also diversifying well enough. You know. But yeah, $33 a share for Comcast. We'll see what happens here. Dollar index is popping up big though. Look at the dollar index on the right. It is moving some here. All right, 33 here. SPY moving down. It's at 381s. Again, the big things happening today are not earnings this morning. I mean, we got the big things happening today are economic releases here, and they're big, big. Okay, so today, just to put this into perspective, today, this is what we got going on today on this beautiful Thursday. All right, what we got going on is we have the ECB rate hike decision. They're expecting a 2% rate hike for October. Last time was 1.25. So they're expecting 2% rate hike for October. And this is going to impact markets a lot. They're also going to do their statement. And we'll try to stream that too if we can. Their deposit facility rate is expected to come in at 1.5%. We got continuing claims out at 1.388 million versus 1.385 million last time. So the expectations for continuing claims, and again, we want higher jobless claims. So we want to see higher than 1.388 million for continuing claims. Durable good orders, core durable good orders are expected to come in at 0.2%. Again, we want lower than that. PCE prices for the third quarter is expected to come in at 4.5% today. PCE numbers coming out today, expected to come in at 4.5%. Going to be very, very relevant to market. SPY just popped up to 382s. We also have GDP for the third quarter. GDP is expected to come in at 2.4%. GDP price index quarter over quarter is expected to come in at 5.3%. Again, we want to see lower numbers. Lower is better. Higher jobless claims, lower GDP, lower durable good orders. And then we also have GDP sales. We have initial jobless claims coming in at 220K. And so, yeah, we got all that stuff dropping today. It's going to be relevant. We did have the Mexican unemployment rate come in lower than last time at 3.1%. Comcast is moving up. They did drop numbers. We have McDonald's, and then we got Shopify at about 20 minutes. Here's McDonald's. McDonald's at 265s. Market's rebounding a little bit on these last two drops of earnings. Yeah, today's going to be crazy. Hey, what's up, Beach? Why is GDP expected to grow so much this quarter? Well, because inflation is bad. It's basically that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's all going to depend on what happens in the market today. Dollar index just tanked. I mean, not tanked, but it dropped. In a pullback to 110s. All right, guys. Dollar index at 110.10s. 110.10s. All right, we're at 382.20s here. Yeah, what's up, Rambo? Anyone see McMillions thing from a year or two ago? So we covered the economic data right here, Vasilis. Swing trading a few shares of Twitter. You know, Twitter is getting delisted on Friday, right? In less than 2 days, Twitter's going to be delisted. Tomorrow, Twitter's going to get delisted, is what the expectations are, Josh. So just be careful, bro. I mean, yeah, y'all check out Beach Bum's channel. Great channel. Great content. Y'all go give that man a subscribe. Beach Bum's got some great swing trading content, some really solid stuff. So y'all go give that man a subscribe if you haven't already. Great content. Again, let's see the dollar index fall. McDonald's dropped. We do have some numbers coming out in 15 for earnings. All right, guys. Again, the dollar index is at 110.10s here. We got the SPY at 382.20s here. We got McDonald's at 263.80s. So we are getting some big breakdowns here. Again, today the big thing, we got the ECB rate hike decision, which is big. Like that's kind of what's going to impact markets here. SPY rebounding back. Dollar index falling here. Dollar index is falling down. Hey, dollar index is still falling. SPY is up there again. We got about 15 minutes exactly before we got some numbers coming out here, team. That was a RAM. Yeah, we're going to stream all of it. Again, to put it into perspective, we are going to stream all the major economic data released. What I'm really hoping is that we hit 90K today. We could hit 90K. Yeah, Comcast had good earnings. McDonald's is up after good earnings. I mean, I hate to see Comcast doing well because Comcast is just such a terrible company. Like, morally, I would say. Just a terrible company, morally speaking. Hey, what's up, Chris? Higher GDP is probably worse. It's probably going to cause a negative reaction in stocks. Comcast rip it up, kind of dragging the market with it. You know. All right, guys, dollar index is breaking down here. All right, guys, dollar break it down. SPY move it up. Again, dollar break it down here, which is precisely what we want. Let's see if it can break under 110. Big breakdowns here. SPY up to 382s. 382s on the SPY. Again, dollar index is falling. SPY move it up. We do have some echo data. Hey, what's up? Yeah, Mark is definitely still a billionaire, bro. I mean, people underestimate everything. Facebook has been split a few different times, right? Let's see. So Mark Z is probably, my guess, Mark Z is probably worth right around 30 billion right now, give or take 30 billion. If you look at Meta's market cap, Comcast flying up, dollar index falling down. But yeah, if you look at Meta's market cap here, Meta's got a cap right now after this of 350 billion. You know, so yeah, Mark is certainly a billionaire still. Yeah, Mark Z as of 2022 was worth about 50 billion. You know, now it's going to be dropping some down. You know, after this latest news. So you could calculate it by saying Facebook dropped about 30%, right? So if you take 30% off of 49.8, let's call it 50, that's about 15 billion down. And so he would be worth roughly 35 billion. Just that's the math on it. You know, in my head, that's the math. I'm pretty sure that's the correct math. If his net worth is influenced as much by, you know, the drop in price of the stock, if he's worth 50 billion, Facebook dropped about 30%. You know, so about 30% of 50 is about 15. And so in that regard, you know, yeah, he's worth about 35 billion still. So still very much a billionaire. All right, guys, dollar index breaking down. SPY moving up. Comcast did really great. Comcast did really great. Look at it rip up here. Big moves on the upside for Comcast. SPY up to 382s. Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. So again, Comcast ripping up here. SPY went all the way up to the VWAP now. Dollar index is at 110.05s. 110.05s. Again, we'll see if it holds. All right, guys. Comcast at 34s here. Again, we do have Shopify earnings in about 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Meta? Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're gonna be down like $50 or whatever we are. Yeah, $60. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't know why it tells me this. Like, I'm not down $430. I bought it at 105 with 15 shares. I think again, I think this upwick right here, because it's hard for them to calculate it. I think this upwick, since it came right back down, they're just calculating the drop from it hitting this 129.90 level all the way back down. But yeah, we're down like $70 here. Again, I might add a little bit more, but you know, we're not gonna add too much more. Yeah, Instagram's still worth a ton, you know. Yeah, I mean, Arthur, and like I said, you may be right, brother. But again, and I appreciate you looking out. But I'm just gonna do what I do, man. I'm just gonna sit in it. And maybe I'm wrong here. And if I am wrong and I lose a couple $100, then we're still very green in our swing trades. It's one of those things where we're buying the dip, and in terms of extension, we're still $3.50 away from our entry. So $3 to $4 away from our entry. So we're pretty close. It's not really a huge, you know, thing. And so again, and if it drops down to 90, we might add more to it because again, I think Facebook and Instagram short term are fine. I think long term is where their struggles are ultimately going to be. But again, maybe I'm wrong, could be wrong, but it's one of those things where I'm going to sit in it, you know. Uh, hey, thank you, Bob. Um, Hey, bud, greetings from in Stockholm. Just wondering how many hours to the release. What release, man? There's a lot of releases today, bro. We got the ECB rate hike decision at 8:15. We got most of the Echo releases at 8:30. Shopify drops their numbers in about 8 minutes. So we got a lot of releases today. Again, a lot of Echo releases. Yeah, like I said, I don't. I think Meta's cheap enough where I can take like a little 50 share position if I need to. And so the plan right now is to potentially add up to 50 shares, down to 90, $95 is really what I'm planning to do. And maybe I'm wrong there, but we'll see. Again, Meta is one that I'm not going to hold long term though. And so just to put that into perspective, so depends on how much I'm down. I might not add anything, and I might just cut it if it drops too much. So we'll see. Again, Spy trying to break. We got Comcast dropping their numbers. McDonald's dropped their numbers too. Mickey D's ripped up, beat on both metrics, EPS and sales revenue. Comcast also beat on both EPS and sales revenue. Dollar index is down to 110s. 110s. What do you think about Google? I bought the little dip in Google after their earnings, but and I might buy some Google here. I think Google's very cheap. The only thing I'm waiting for, I'm going to wait for this rate hike decision from the ECB first. Next week, we also have on Wednesday, we have our rate hike decision on Wednesday of next week. So a lot of stuff happening. Dollar index is testing 10s. I might buy 10 shares of Google right now. So I just bought 10 shares. A small little baby dip buy, small risk. Yeah, Apple. So it's not Twitter, it's Apple and Amazon renew after the closing bell. So after the closing bell, we got Apple and Amazon, and we're going to stream them as we always do. So stick around. All right, Shopify. All right, Shopify early released here, guys. So Shopify did drop. I didn't even see it, man. They released it. They were supposed to release at 8:30, but that's okay. There's Shopify's numbers right there. So Shopify is out. They posted better than expected results here. They posted only a 2 cent per share loss, better than the 10-cent estimate. Sales of 1.43. So Shopify early release. They were supposed to release at 8:30 or 7:30. They ended up releasing at about 7:15. But there's the numbers right there at the bottom for Shopify. Again, Q3 EPS was only 2 cent loss, better than the 10-cent loss estimate. Sales of 1.4 billion, missed the 1.83 billion estimate. So again, mixed results for Shopify. Mixed results. Looking at this numbers, they say that in guidance numbers for Shopify, they see fourth quarter adjusted operating losses fairly comparable to the third quarter. They said that they continue to expect an adjusted operating loss for fiscal year. They see operating expenses growth year over year in the fourth quarter will sequentially decelerate from the third quarter. So yeah, smaller loss than expected. Third quarter monthly recurring subscription revenue increased 8%. Third quarter subscription solutions revenue increased 12%. Merchant solution revenue increased 26%, and merchandise volume increased 11%. All right, good. So they're basically saying they're going to have less expenses. It's going to decelerate from this quarter to next. They had a lower EPS than expected, which is good. Lower revenue, or they had a smaller loss than expected. which is good, but they did have lower sales revenue than expected as well. They released 15 minutes ago, so it wasn't 30. I mean, you can cry about it. It's okay. We're not going to catch everything exactly on time. There's so much stuff happening today that, to be honest, Shopify numbers are, we didn't even include that in our title. And so, you'll be okay, bro. What's the view for NASDAQ today? Bullish or bearish? It really depends on what the rate hike decision is going to be for the ECB. It really depends on what the rate hike decision is going to be there. And again, we're going to stream the conference. We're going to cover the rate hike. We're going to cover all the big echo data that comes from it. Here's the dollar index here. So dollar index has been falling down with all this stuff. Again, Shopify reacted positively to earnings. Most of the big stocks reacted positively. Shopify, McDonald's, Comcast, at 34 and 34. So will American GDP be negative or positive? So when we look at what the expectations are for GDP, they're expecting it to be positive. Quarter over quarter GDP is expected to come in at 2.4%. Again, we want it to be less than that, though. We want it to be lower than that. GDP price index quarter over quarter is expected to come in at 5.3%. So again, we want it to be less than that, though. Again, higher GDP growth is worse for inflationary problems that we have here. So again, we want to see lower than expected numbers on that front. Thank you, Ram. Just said, do you think Shop will be a good indicator on how Amazon will do today? I think it could, but I think Shopify is mostly, I think you have to look at Shopify like this. Okay, this is how you really got to look at Shopify right now. Is that people don't have as much money. And Shopify, I'm not a big fan of Shopify for a number of different reasons. The main one is that Shopify is mostly for drop shippers. Or no, I'm sorry. Shopify is not for drop shippers. Spotify is for drop shippers. My bad. Shopify. Or no, Shopify is for drop shippers. Man, I get Shopify and Spotify mixed up. I'm sorry. So yeah, Shopify is mostly for drop shippers. With that, I don't know if we're going to see an even correlation between Amazon and Shopify. I think that Amazon is used for normal people, like normal everyday people. People use Amazon. Shopify, the only people that really buy off of Shopify are people that either buy off of like PPC ads, like pay-per-click ads, or drop shippers, And so I think when you look at Shopify, it's essentially telling you the overall health of drop shipping, which drop shipping is just an overall sleazy thing. A lot of people get talked into trying it as a business, but people make more money selling courses on how to drop ship than they do from actually drop shipping. It's one of those things that's incredibly saturated and difficult to do. And again, it's just kind of one of those little money-making schemes you see on social media that people try to sell courses on. Incredibly sleazy. And so when you look at Shopify, that's really what's going down in Shopify, is mostly just sleazy drop shipping stuff. And so in that regard, I don't think there's an even correlation between Amazon and Shopify, but there might be some correlation, of course. Like, I think there might be. But, point is, though, I don't like Shopify as a company. I think Shopify... I think it's mostly used by drop shipping, and I think I think people make more money selling courses on drop shipping than they do from actually drop shipping, and I think that's very rampant. And so with that, I just don't really like Shopify at all as a company. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to check the chat the whole time. It'll be all right. We do both. We do both, man. We do day trading, swing trading, and investing. Is GDP numbers the most important thing going on today? Well, we got GDP, but we also have the rate hike decision by the ECB, the European, ECB rate hike decision is coming out today at 8:15. That's probably going to be the most important thing. But again, it varies. It could be back and forth. Yeah, a lot of people drop ship on Amazon. Drop shipping is the best kind of business to start. And again, I'm not saying you can't make money doing it, Tim. I'm not saying you can't make money doing it. What I'm saying is that I don't know if there's an even correlation between Amazon and Shopify. Again, Shopify, a lot of sleazy drop shipping stuff going on. I'm not saying people can't make money drop shipping. If you're one of those small percentage of people that makes money drop shipping, great. Really props to you because you're doing something that most people can't. What I disagree with is the marketing and the predatory advertising that people selling drop shipping courses put out there. And so I think Shopify is basically purely propped up by drop shippers because anybody that wants to buy anything regularly, they're just going to buy it on Amazon, unless you're getting talked into like a pay-per-click ad on social media. And so Shopify is purely propped up by drop shippers. And in times of high inflationary problems, I think drop shippers are not going to be as active. But again, pure speculation, just guessing here. Might be wildly wrong. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. And maybe I'm just wildly wrong there. Maybe there's a huge correlation between Amazon and Shopify. I think that there could be. I'm more so saying my disagreements with Shopify over the correlation, but is there a correlation between Meta and Nvidia? There's somewhat of a correlation for sure. To what degree, I'm not sure. Yeah, Amazon will probably do well because of Lord of the Rings, but at a certain point, they're probably, I think there's some arguments to the other side of that too. Again, Amazon spent $1 billion. It's the most expensive series ever produced, and honestly, to be completely real, I wasn't super impressed with it. Like, I love Lord of the Rings, bro. I saw all three of the old movies in theaters as a child. I love Lord of the Rings, so all the old movies as a kid. Read the Hobbit book, like love the movies, love the book, and the books. But I did not like the new series. I thought the new series was boring, frankly. I haven't even watched the last 2 episodes. I'm a Game of Thrones person, and so I like Game of Thrones way more. And I just thought the Lord of the Rings series was boring. It was dull, you know. Um, eh, Maybe I'm just getting older, you know what I mean? And Game of Thrones is just more of my type of thing. But I just wasn't feeling, the Lord of the Rings Ring of Power series. I just went into it. I thought it was kind of dull. For spending $1 billion on it, I think they could have done better with some of the special effects too, to be completely honest. Uh, but it is what it is. I feel like you're kind of right, but I still see a lot of internet personalities selling merch and stuff with Shopify. Yeah, for sure. I mean, stuff like that definitely drops. All right, Merck just dropped their numbers. DQ dropped their numbers. No, I'm sorry. Hertz just dropped their numbers. How's Hertz doing right now, man? I know Hertz bought a bunch of Teslas a long time ago. Hertz dropped EPS of 108, better than or worse than the 120 a year ago. Consensus was 105. So Hertz actually did a little bit better than expected. Revenue of 2.5 billion, better than the expectations and last year for Hertz. So Hertz actually did a little bit better. Third quarter EPS was 108, inline sales beat as well. So here's the Hertz numbers right here, guys. So here's Hertz in chat. Yeah, House of the Dragon's great, bro. I love House of the Dragon. Yeah, I mean, Daniel, the problem though is that it's not about the sellers. Like the sellers is the same thing, sure. But what I'm saying is that the only people that are buying stuff off of Shopify are people who are talked into it through PPC ads. You know, most regular people are going to use Amazon. Shopify is more of a look at how social media advertising is doing, how drop shipping advertising is doing over just general consumer purchases. Um, Shopify products are generally more expensive than Amazon. It takes them longer to get shipped. And so the only people that are really buying things off of Shopify are people that get talked into them on the internet, right? As opposed to Amazon, which just everybody's buying off of it. You know what I mean? And so I think there's some differences there. But I'm sure there's somewhat of a correlation. I mean, there's too similar of businesses to not have a correlation. But in terms of who uses them, I think it's very different. Okay, I'll check out the last 2 episodes, Pawn. I'll check it out, bro. Dude, Game of Thrones is one of the best series. You got to get into it, Chris. I mean, here's the reality of it, bro. Game of Thrones is based off of real life. It's based off of real life. That's what it really is based off of. This last one, this last series, House of Dragon, was based off of the man. I'm trying to think of that period in history. I have to look it up. But they're based off of historicals, and the reality of it is, man, is that reality is like that. Like reality has stuff like that in it, and so the reason people like Game of Thrones is because it's, of course, it's a fantasy story, but it ingrains realism and like true stuff that's happened historically in it. You know. No, it's not based off of the 1700s. What it's really based off, it's based off of medieval, but there's a specific time that George R. R. Martin based it off of. The Dark Ages, maybe. He based it off of actual monarch history, is what he based it off of. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Cool, Doc. It captures human nature, manipulation, and politics so well, for sure. I'm not saying I agree with any of that stuff, but what I'm saying is that's why people watch it. Yeah, they did end bad. Yeah, sugar. What is the expectations on GDP? Expectational numbers for GDP are as follows, guys. So expectational numbers for GDP are 2.4% GDP quarter over quarter growth. Price index quarter over quarter is 5.3%. GDP sales is last time was 1.3%. We also have PCE prices coming out today, 4.5% expectations. Continuing claims are expected to come in at 1.38 million. Anything over 1.388 million will be better than expected. Will cause a positive reaction in stocks. Initial jobless claims are expected to come in at 220,000, 220K. Again, we also have the ECB, European Central Bank, rate hike decision today. Expectations for the rate hike are 2%. 2%. There's Shopify at 30.5s. That's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be this evening, Anastasia. Yeah, the War of Roses. I don't know, Chris. I disagree, man. I think here's the reality of it. Okay. And this is something that I teach my children as well. Is that I think if you shelter kids too much and you don't show them real life, if you don't show somebody like the true nature of things, then as they get older, they become obsessed with it. And the people who are usually end up doing these horrible things are usually people who are obsessed with it because they were sheltered from it too much as children. You shelter a kid from watching anything realistic about the world, they're gonna not be the most balanced person, right? And so I let my kids watch movies, some R-rated movies, depending on what it is, because I want them to understand the true nature of the world. And my kids are very nonviolent, very good kids. And again, I think you have to expose them to the world. And let them have a firm grasp and an understanding of it. Because if you shelter them too much, they'll become obsessed with them. They'll become obsessed with the things that you sheltered them from as they get older. And I've seen that happen, and that's usually the people that are the craziest. And so, of course, I'm not out here showing them horrible things. Like, I'm not showing them Game of Thrones for sure. But um, I let them see some, I let them watch some things. Just kind of let them have a balanced perspective of the world and what we live in. They got to understand it. Uh, how much further can Meta go? Yeah, I don't know, guys. Where do y'all think Meta's gonna go? I bought a little dip here. We're holding a small little piece. And again, we're not gonna hold on to this forever. I might add a little bit to it down here. I might get into like maybe 20 to 25 shares towards these bottoms, kind of help my average a little bit, but we're not gonna just hold this forever. Um, yeah, that's what I do. I let them. I mean, I watch it with them. I don't let them watch anything like that by themselves. Uh, but I let them watch historical, movies. I let them watch historical things, so they can understand. Shopify at 30.6, 30.6, SPY at 382s, dollar index is at 110.03s. Meta to 90 at this point. Hey, we'll see, bro. Meta will bottom today. Trust me, after that, it's a goodbye. Yeah, I mean, I just added another 10 shares to my position, so my average is about 103 for Meta. I think a lot of it's going to depend on what happens with this rate hike decision and all that. Again, we do have a lot of crazy stuff happening today, guys, so y'all be ready. We do have a lot of crazy stuff dropping today, guys. I don't know, green or red today, guys. Green or red. Let me look at the polls here. So we got our poll going live right now. We've got about 500 votes, 477 votes. 57% are bearish, 43% are bullish. So mostly bears today. If we look at our actual Twitter poll that we got going on right now, again, vote on this poll. We got about 22 votes there. We got about 46% saying bullish, 55% saying, 54% saying bearish. So again, bullish or bearish, vote on these polls. Let me know. Dollar index has been falling down short term over the last like 30, 40 minutes. We'll see if we can break back under 110. I think that would be ideal. MasterCard earnings drop in 15 minutes for MasterCard. So in 15 minutes, we've got MasterCard, Western Digital, PCG. Man, PCG still around? Wow. Yeah, so MasterCard and PCE drop in about 15 minutes at 8 o'clock market time. SPY just turned all the way red on the day, went all the way down to 382s now. Dollar index is still trying. Shopify is at 30.6s here today. Remember, we do have Amazon earnings dropping today as well. Apple earnings dropping this evening. We'll see what we get. All right, guys. Shopify moving up. SPY just turned red on the day here, guys. All right, guys. Shopify back up to 30.7s here. We got the SPY at 382s. A Meta employee posted this yesterday, guys. We're going to retweet this. It's actually pretty funny. So if you want to see what I'm retweeting here, give me a follow on Twitter. But it's actually pretty funny. So you guys go watch this retweet that I just did about a Meta employee. Do you think that is relevant? Do you think that has caused any momentum on the downside? Here's my Twitter link if you guys want to see. Do you guys think that has caused any momentum? I'm not going to tell you guys what it is. You got to go give me a follow on Twitter. MasterCard earning drops at 8 o'clock market time. Well, no, it gets better, bro. It gets pretty good. You know, it's a story of good versus evil. You know, it really is a story of good versus evil, Chris. You know, and you got to see it from that perspective. You know, the reason you're seeing bad things is because they're, you know, in order to be attached, you have to be disgusted at certain things. And with that, you know, that's what they're doing. You know, but it's good. It's again, it's probably my favorite series in the world. You know. Also, y'all be careful, bro. I had somebody on Twitter tag me in something, and it was something like it was Aptos, but it was a scam Aptos. So it was a scam Aptos. So it was a fake Aptos Twitter page. It wasn't the real Aptos, and they were telling people that they were doing a quote airdrop and scamming people, and they were getting people to, you know, join these things, and they were just completely scamming people. Anybody in the comment section that would say, "Hey, this is a scam," they would mute them. They would completely mute them, so you wouldn't get to see what they're saying and delete the comment. I reported it to YouTube or to Twitter. So I did report it to Twitter, but they tagged me in that yesterday. So y'all be careful, bro. That stuff's going around, man. Like that stuff's going around. Again, it happened yesterday. I think they got rid of it because I've reported it. But yeah, y'all be careful. SPY is now red on the day. SPY is now red on the day. Hey, thank you, Hans. Thank you, Fiddly. Thank you, Bear Bulls. Appreciate the love, guys. Again, Shopify pull it back again. We do have MasterCard dropping their earnings in about 11 minutes, team. 11 minutes here. Hey, what's up, guys? Meta's breaking 100. Yeah. Like I said, it's all good. Again, I'm taking a risk of maybe a couple $100, you know. We got 25 shares. And so in order for me to, even if it drops another $4, you know, I'm down $100. You know what I mean? So I could be patient here. Like Meta's not a short-term day trade, you know, or a short-term swing trade. I'm going to plan to hold this for a couple weeks. And I think in a couple weeks, it's going to be back over 105 at least. My entry now is 103s. Dollar index popping up. See if the market falls. Yeah, $100 will be very relevant. You know, and even if we're wrong, that's okay. You know. I talked to my wife. I might just bring my daughter to the World Series. Let me see how much I can get 2 good tickets for. Oof. Dude, I can get some really nice tickets. All right, dollar index is at 110.10s, 110.10. SPY break it down at 381.70s. We're at 381.70s here, guys. 381.70s. All right, guys. Shopify at 30.45s, 30.45s. Again, SPY popping back up a little bit. Dollar index rejecting some short term. Shopify up there. Again, we do have MasterCard dropping their earnings, guys. MasterCard drops their earnings in about 8 minutes, less than 8 minutes, about 7.5 minutes here, guys. Again, SPY popping up a little bit short term. We do have the ECB rate hike decision and a lot of other stuff happening. Hertz dropped their numbers as well. We put those numbers in chat. Looking at some other stuff here. Toyota reportedly told suppliers that revised global output target for the current year will be 9.5 million units, further lowered depending on supply. All right, guys, we're getting ready. Again, 8 minutes before those numbers drop. How can the ECB influence the S&P and dollar index? Well, because it's very relevant. You know, the Bank of the European rate hike. Think about how big Europe is. All right, so regardless of whether it's directly connected to us or not, it's going to influence the world. Of course, it's going to influence markets heavily. Because it's frankly going to be foresight into what they might potentially do with our rate hike decisions. This is really why it's going to make moves in our markets for sure. Again, it's just relevant. Anything the ECB does is relevant. And so if the ECB is raising rates today, if they raise it more than expected, our markets are going to tank probably. If they raise it less than expected, our market's going to rip. And so again, it's all about how it's connected to the world and how it's going to impact the world economy. What's the odds that Apple misses on earnings? Because that would be the absolute best news for me. I mean, it could happen. I'm not sure. They did drop their new iPhone. Where's the L mug? I don't know, man. I don't know where that's at, bro. How low do we go when Apple misses? I'm not sure. Meta just broke 100. Yeah, so Meta did break 100. It's at 103s or 100.3s. I mean, again, I'm just going to let it sit here. Again, it's such a small trade. Like, this thing could go against me and I'd only be down a couple $100. Like, if it goes against me big, and so we're fine. We're just going to sit. The rate hike gets announced at 8:15, and so it's almost 8 right now. And so the rate hike gets announced at 8:15. The rest of the echo data gets released at 8:30. All right, guys, look at the SPY dump here. SPY dumping down here. Dollar index is rising. Again, we do have the ECB rate hike decision at 8:15. All right, guys. Again, we're getting some breakdowns here. Let me know what you guys think. Well, what metaverse? Do you mean Facebook's metaverse? Dude, why are my eyes twitching, bro? My eyes have been twitching for like weeks. Anyway, SPY moving down to 381.50s here. Dollar index is still up at 110s. Bro, I got caffeine, dude. Maybe it might be the caffeine doing it. Not contacts. It might be something where I need to wear my glasses, bro. These blue blocking glasses. Might be time to wear these glasses here, man. All right, guys. Today is a big day. We got the ECB rate hike decision. It is going to impact markets for sure. We also have the jobless claims data. We have GDP, PCE numbers coming out today. So again, let's see if we get something good. Yeah, we'll see, guys. Again, let me know what you guys think. Here we got Shopify on the left right here. We got the SPY breaking down at 381.50s. I do think we had some extension on the upside, though. And so I think over the last couple weeks, we've just been a little bit extended on the upside now. SPY still breaking down. Look at the SPY here starting to drop. Yeah, 8:30 jobless claims, 8:15 ECB rate hike decision. Look at Shopify tank here. I don't know if that was a glitch or not. It doesn't look like it was a glitch. It looks like it was a legit drop. Did Shopify announce something negative? Again, ECB is expecting 2%. 2%. Shopify tanking down here. 381.50s on the SPY. Dollar index has started to drop. We're still over 110s, though. Yeah, I might need a stretch, get blood flowing. That might be good. All right, guys. Dollar index at 110.80s. 110.80s. Shopify 29.80s. SPY bouncing back a little bit. Meta still testing 100s here. Let's look at Meta. I think a lot of people are talking about Meta. Meta at $100, right around 100.3s. Twitter's getting delisted because they're going private at the end of the week. Bernardo is what it is. So Twitter's getting delisted because they're going private at the end of the week. Well, I got enough sleep last night. They have a background. All right, guys. So getting a little bit of a bounce back at the SPY. We're at 381.60s here. It's right around 8 a.m. right now. So 8 a.m. on the dot just hit. Apple did warn previously about a production cut. What's up, Aman? Sorry in advance for the dumb question, but if the numbers come back negative, what will that do to the crypto market? Same for the numbers coming back positive. Thanks. So Gerardo, they're probably gonna have a they're gonna be a strong positive correlation between the two. Again, market rips up, crypto market will do well. Usually, not always. It's nothing's 100%, but like there's usually a strong correlation. So it's like if we get better than expected numbers, the crypto market will usually perform better. If we get worse than expected numbers, the crypto market will usually perform worse. And so usually there's a positive correlation between the two. So that's essentially what we got going on. All right, SPY up to 382s roughly, guys. 382s. Again, we got less than 15 minutes before the actual rate hike decision by the ECB. All right, guys. So all right, so it looks like the press conference for the ECB is going to be right at 7:30 as well. So we'll cover the echo data and maybe look at the ECB press conference for that as well if you guys want us to. Um, SPY bouncing back up. It's at 381.75 here. So starting to get a little bit of a rebound. Dollar index is kind of choppy. There's a big bounce back in the SPY here. We're looking at all the stuff that comes out. Western Digital did report numbers. Brazilian unemployment rate was on par with expectations. Western Digital dropped first quarter results of adjusted EPS of 20 cents per share, expected 36 cents, so worse than expected for EPS. Revenue of 3.7 billion, expectations were 3.59 billion. So Western Digital lost. MasterCard also just reported numbers here. So MasterCard dropped third quarter adjusted EPS of 268, better than the 256 expected. Revenue of 5.8 billion, better than the 5.65 billion estimate. Third quarter gross dollar volume increased 11%. Purchase volume is up 15% for MasterCard here. So MasterCard did drop numbers. Here's MasterCard right there. And you can see the numbers in chat. 2%. New investor here. Thank you, my brother. Good stuff. Subscribe for future content. And thank you, Gerardo. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Again, about 13 minutes before these numbers come out for the ECB. Again, we are going to put it in subscribe only mode. So if you haven't already, guys, subscribe. Again, what we try to do here at Beginner Trading is we just try to put everything out there for free. And so we don't sell a course, we don't sell a service. Like, people get mad at us for posting sponsored videos and stuff like that. But really, like, of course, we're going to subsidize the channel with sponsors, but everything we drop is completely free. So, like, we don't sell a course, we don't sell a service. There's no paywalls behind any of our content. We don't claim to be experts. We're just trying to create a free resource and community for traders to get together to get free information from. Yeah, we've got sponsors and affiliates, but you don't have to buy any of them. Like, there's no paywalls behind anything. Like, you get everything free, and if you choose to buy the sponsors, great, we appreciate you. But if not, no stress. We don't, it's fine. But everything is free aside from, the sponsored stuff. Everything to watch our content is completely free. There's no paywalls. There's no subscriptions for chat rooms. It's all free. And so if you appreciate that, take the time, hit the subscribe button. We cover all the major economic releases, all the fundamental data releases, all the big press conferences, Jerome Powell meetings, rate hike decisions, CPI, PPI, PCE, jobless claims numbers dropping today, gross domestic product numbers, GDP numbers dropping today. We are going to be covering that as well. We stream it all. We drop it as soon as it comes out so you guys can see the stock market reaction as well as the actual numbers as soon as they drop. And so y'all be ready, guys. We have about 10 minutes before the ECB rate hike decision. The press conference is actually going to be at about 8:30. Hey, thank you, Blossom. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Rod? Hey, good morning, man. What about Roku as I have puts for tomorrow? I don't like Roku at all as a company. I haven't for the longest time. Dollar index popping up at 110.14s, guys, for the dollar index, 110.14s. I have disliked Roku as a company for years. And again, I've told people why. And look, I have been wildly right about Roku, bro. Honestly, listen, I would never, short things like that. But, like, bro, has anybody seen, like, specifically the stocks that I'm bearish on, how correct I've been about these? I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I'm definitely the best trader in the world right now. Definitely top 3. No, but on a serious note, I talked about Roku, guys, and my problem with Roku is that it's replaceable. Like, here was my bear argument for Roku, and I said this. I've been saying this for about a year now. And look at Roku over the last year. It's dropped down dramatically, and I'll explain my bear argument here. I'll really explain my bear argument. My bear argument for Roku is simple. If you look at what some of these high quality TVs are doing now, you don't need a Roku anymore. They're producing their own software that mimics the Roku software, but they're including them in-house with their televisions, right? And so you don't need to buy a Roku stick or a Roku device. You don't need it anymore. You know why? It's because these TV brands are offering their own version of Roku software included free with their TVs. You know what I mean? And this is what I've been saying for years about Roku. It's replaceable. Eventually, these companies are going to be like, yo, why are we paying Roku anything? Why don't we just pay a developer to build our own version and save millions a year, you know? And that's precisely what they've been doing. And with that, Roku is looking horrible from that. Again, and it's an understandable thing. I've been saying this for years now. They're simply replaceable. Again, to give you a story about this, and I've said this story numerous times, and Roku might be integrated into some TVs. That's true in Cal. But they're probably having to pay Roku some in order to have that integration into their TVs. And again, eventually these TV brands are going to say, yo, we don't need Roku anymore. We're going to build our own version, which a lot of them already have. You know, again, I buy Samsungs and Sonys. They have already had essentially the exact same thing as Roku built into my TV already. That's not Roku, right? And so here's another example of this happening historically, right? So when the internet first started coming out in the 90s, you know, you had a company called Netscape, right? It IPO'd before it was actually profitable in the books, and it was one of the first companies to actually do that successfully. A lot of people were skeptical about Netscape because of that. And, you know, Netscape's IPO ended up turning out to be the most successful IPO in history at that point in time for Netscape, right? It's too hot to wear this hat. With that, eventually Microsoft went in there and wanted to do a deal with Netscape for browsers. Right? It was a browser company. They offered browsers kind of like Google Chrome. Microsoft came out and wanted to do a deal with Netscape. And Netscape turned down that deal. So they didn't take that deal from Microsoft. And so what Microsoft did following that is they started including their own browser titled Internet Explorer into their software with their computers. They included it for free with their computers. So people didn't need to pay for the Netscape browser anymore. Netscape went out of business within a year or two after that. America Online eventually bought them out, and you never saw them again, right? That's potentially going to happen here with Roku. You know, it's already kind of happening here with Roku. You know, and Roku's a big company, and I get it. But again, to be completely honest, they're replaceable. You don't need them. You know, these TV companies are not going to just pay them forever. Eventually, they're just going to create their own version of Roku, and they're not going to pay Roku anymore. You know, why would you need to buy an extension to a TV if it can be built in? And if it is built in, why would the companies choose to pay another company to do it when they can just do it themselves? That's the point. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I get your argument, Chris, for sure. But again, I mean, like I said, I've been saying this for the last year or two, really. And I mean, if you look at the chart, I think I've been pretty right about it, you know. But it's all love here, man. Like I said, you might be right. Like I said, I don't think I think Roku's best chance is to get bought out. Yeah, I think they're probably going to get bought out. Uh, right, for sure. It's easier in the beginning to buy a product that's already finished, but eventually, uh, you know, eventually they're going to want to save the money and just do it themselves. All right, guys, y'all be ready. Hold on, guys. So I'm looking for the ECB's press conference thing here. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah, so it's going to come out. All right. Got it. All right, so I got this ready here. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Roku. I mean, like I said, I might be wrong. I could be wrong. I certainly could be. You know what I mean? Dollar index ripping up short term. SPY rebounding a little bit with it, not really following it to a T. Apple down big. They do drop earnings today. Meta just dropped under $100, under $100 for Meta. Yeah, we're going to be covering the ECB rate hike decision. It drops at 8:15 market time. About 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes before the ECB rate hike decision. I get about 3 minutes. We got about a couple minutes before everything else drops too. So y'all stick around. subscribe. We appreciate the love, guys. We also got the ECB press conference that we could be covering here too. Again, 13 minutes before the ECB rate hike decision. Let's see how the market reacts here. You got the SPY in the middle. You got the dollar index on the right, which are the two biggest ones to pay attention to, I think, here. All right, 99.6. Dollar index is up to 110.20s. 110.20s. SPY at 381s. We got 12 minutes before the ECB rate hike decision, guys. We are patiently waiting for these numbers to come out. MasterCard dropped their numbers. Again, patiently waiting for the ECB rate hike decision to be announced in about 2 minutes or less. We get about 2 minutes or less here, team. Minute and a half. Minute and a half, guys. Again, bull or bear on the ECB rate hike decision. Let me know. Dollar index falling down short term. Meta still under 100 at 99.7s now. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute before the ECB rate hike decision. 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Again. Remember, guys, some people might be behind in stream. If you had lag or if you pause the stream, you might be behind in the stream. And so make sure to click the live button next to the play button to make sure you're completely live to catch this data as soon as it comes out. Again, we're going to put this in chat. All right, guys, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, really. All right, congrats, Lee. Nice work, dude. All right, guys, 5 seconds. Good luck. What's up, Ghost? All right, patiently waiting here. Patiently waiting. Nothing showed up yet. Waiting. All right, 2%. We came in on par with expected. 2% is what we showed. On par with expected. The ECB showed 2% rate hike decision. On par with expected. Their deposit rate was 1.5%. Their refinancing rate was 2% versus 2% expected. And so again, 2% as expected. We are somewhat reacting positively here with the dollar index moving up. But 2% is what we showed as expected. We're going to continue to drop this data as it comes out. Refinancing rate was 2%. The deposit rate was 1.5%. The dollar is flying up as, not sure why it's reacting positively. It was on par with expectational numbers here. But market is flying up too. Hey, you love to see it. I'm for that. Again, 2% is what we showed. There is the data right there in chat. There is the data. Let me fix that little comma here. Again, on par with expectations. We came in as expected for the European rate hike decision here. As expected. SPY just ripped over the previous closing price. You can see we're kind of moving with the dollar index. There's kind of a positive correlation with the dollar. And there is the SPY rejection here down to 381.70s, 381.70s. It's neutral. It's on par. It's exactly what they expected. Again, as expected, rate hike decision. GDP data still drops in about 14 minutes, guys. 14 minutes. Remember, it comes out in 14 minutes. SPY is technically green on the day right now. We're right around 382. Now we're red on the day. Dollar index is starting to dip down. There is a positive correlation, which is strange, between the dollar index and the SPY right now. Very strange. Very interesting. Again, we're completely neutral from this. You can see the volume increase as the data came out as the rate hike was announced. Here's the question. Do you guys want me to stream the ECB meeting? ECB meeting, the press conference is in about 15 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily worth it. I think I'm just going to cover all the big fundamental GDP data and all that stuff that drops and watch the stock market reaction to it. Again, the ECB meetings are usually about an hour. That would creep all the way into my opening trading time. So I just don't know if I'm going to stream the actual press conference. But again, the rate hike decision was on par. You can read here just a weatherman it real quick. All right here, you can see all right here the ECB rate hike decision came in as expected, and we're getting a neutral reaction to this. We're pretty neutral from when this data came out, not really getting any big movement up or down because again, it was as expected here. We're at 382s on the SPY 382s. Let me know if you're bullish or bearish on this. Yeah. I mean, hey, we're kind of reacting positively though right now. Look at 382. We're green on the day for the market. The dollar index is falling. Meta's bouncing back a little bit here too. Waiting for GDP. Yeah, GDP data does drop today, guys. So we do have GDP data drop in 12 minutes. 12 minutes for GDP numbers. Again, let me know if you're bullish or bearish on this data. It does come out in about 12 minutes, guys. Let me know what you like. Meta is now right at $100 here. Right at $100 for Meta. Neither bullish or bearish. More confused. Yeah, I mean, it's neutral. All right, Meta's at $100 now. SPY started to creep back up. It's out technically green on the day. Dollar index is kind of moving with the SPY, which again is strange. Not usually what we normally get, but hey, we're at 110.20s, 110.20s. SPY under the previous closing price now, so we're now under that previous closing price on the SPY. Again, we'll see if we reject. Yeah, I think Meta at $100 is pretty cheap. I know it's got a lot of bears, and that's okay. Um, we'll see what we get. And one of the ways I trade these big Echo releases, there's two ways I do it. They're both sponsors of mine. But one of the ways I do it is I trade using Chart Prime. Chart Prime is really, really useful. What Chart Prime ultimately allows you to do is identify some of this momentum. So we're getting a big downwick. Dollar index is popping up. Meta is now over 100. But this is what I use Chart Prime for. If you look at it here, really, really cool, really, really useful. It's one of those things where I can find a lot of good edge in the markets to use this. It'll tell me reversals up and reversals down in a really powerful way. And so I can kind of use this. Look, possible reversal up, double bull. We get a nice bounce over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Double bullish engulfing candle. So it'll tell me the candlesticks, big bounce over like an hour here. Possible reversal up. This one was bounced for about 10 minutes. This one was wrong. This one was right. 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 And so, of course, I can't guarantee that you're going to make money with this, but really useful way to identify some of this momentum. And it is a trading view indicator service. You can get 20% off bullish engulfing candle. I like using two of these together, and then you get a really nice bounce like that. But a lot of stuff, it automatically documents support or resistance. It's got a really powerful oscillator. They are a sponsor of my video, but if you want to check them out, there's the link. Great way to help support the channel. And I'll also post the link in the description if you're interested in checking that out as well. Um, but yeah, SPY down to 381.60s. We still have GDP data coming out today. I'm certainly biased. They're a sponsor of mine, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But on TradingView, you can use it on stocks, crypto, futures, all that good stuff. So you can use it on kind of everything. And again, I like using it for these big economic releases to try to identify momentum. Dollar index just opened up. It's at 110.30s here, 110.30s. So the dollar is actually ripping up a little bit. Let's watch this previous high right there. SPY moving up with the dollar, which is very strange. Very strange. Meta ends positive today. Who? That is a bold prediction, brother. Hey, good luck, man. All right, guys. Dollar index is flying up here. Look at the dollar index rip. Again, market just rejected here. So now we're starting to get somewhat of a correlation. All right, guys, dollar index is popping up. Meta testing that $100 level. Again, we got 8 minutes before GDP jobless claims, PCE numbers. A lot of stuff happening today, guys. Y'all be safe. A lot of stuff happening today. All right, guys, dollar index is flying up. It's at 110.40s here, 110.40s. SPY up to 382s here. So, again, not really seeing much of a correlation. Another thing that Chart Prime does really cool is that it tells me the current correlation right now. So, like, look, we can look at the dollar index correlation right now. It even tells us this. There's a low negative correlation. So, if you look at this at the bottom, a low negative correlation on the dollar index here with the SPY in the market, essentially for the S&P 500. So, you could also look at the Bitcoin correlation, which is another really cool thing Chart Prime does. Bitcoin correlation right now is only on altcoins relative to the SPY. Nasdaq, Dow Jones, and S&P. Of course, the SPY has a big, strong correlation. But yeah, so not really much of a correlation with the dollar index today. But SPY ripping up green on the day, guys. Again, we have 7 minutes before this data comes out. 7 minutes. Meta is brutally oversold. Yeah, I think so as well. I think Meta's probably oversold. Again, I think people overestimate the weakness because of political bias. You know what I mean? Here, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Sheesh, man, my dog's being a crazy person, bro. My dog's running around. Rosie's freaking out. SPY moving up is at 382s, guys. We got 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Caterpillar already dropped earnings, brother. Caterpillar already dropped numbers. Their numbers are 395, beat the 327 estimates for EPS. Sales beat 14.85 estimates as well. So they beat. Um, Again, there's the ECB rate hike decision. We do have all these numbers coming out, guys. The dollar index is falling down as the SPY rips up. It's at 382.40s here, 382.40s. GDP numbers coming out today. Yeah, I bought a little bit of the Google dip as well. I bought Google and Meta on the dip. Small, but I think if you're patient with these, they'll be fine. Meta back over 100. SPY at 382.40s. Dollar index falling down short term here. Again, we got GDP data coming out in 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes for GDP numbers. Bull or bear? Looking at our poll here. We got over 800 votes. 57% are bearish. 43% are bullish today. We got the dollar index bouncing up a little bit. Meta's at 100.2s. We have the SPY at 382.20s. Dollar index dipped a little bit short term, starting to bounce back a little bit. So we're seeing some drops in the SPY and then a quick rebound here. So again, we're seeing some bullish action in the market heading into all this stuff. So we are seeing some bullish action leading into all this stuff here. So hopefully, we continue to rip up. I'd love to see some bounces here today. What am I holding right now for my swing trades? Okay, I bought Ford yesterday too. So I'm holding a few different swing trades. I'm holding Ford. We're green slightly, almost break even on Ford, but that's okay. We're holding Ford, we're holding Meta, and we're holding Google on the dip. Dollar index moving up. SPY kind of moving with the dollar, though. Strange. But again, we got 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes before these numbers come out. Remember, guys, be ready. We are going to cover it. Dollar index just broke highs of the market open. ECB 75 basis point hike. Up to 110.40s. 110.40s. Dollar flying up here. This might cause some other moves. All right, so yeah, 75 basis point rate hike for the ECB. We'll add this to it. Up to 110.40s, guys. 110.40s. 382.50s on the SPY. So SPY and the dollar are actually moving with each other right now, which is kind of strange. Less than 3 minutes, guys. We got about 2.5 minutes before the data comes out. Yeah, Meta's Facebook. Well, yeah. I mean, we're moving up because of the 75 basis point rate hike. Yeah, we've been covering that. Look here. I mean, we added the 75 basis points, but if you calculate it, I mean, on the year, it's 2%, which is 75 basis point increase. But SPY up to 382.50s. Dollar index is up to 110.40s. Meta's over 100. Dollar index is still flying up here, and we are getting a weird correlation with the SPY actually following the dollar. GDP numbers drop in about 2 minutes, guys. Less than 2 minutes, actually, about a minute and a half. Less than that, really. We got about a minute and a half, guys. Yeah, dollar index is moving with markets right now, which is very strange. Again, y'all be ready. Look at the dollar index just rip up here. So look on the right side of the screen here, guys, is the dollar index, and it is flying up today, man. Flying up. Crazy. Again, 110.50s on the dollar. Again, y'all subscribe. We cover all the major economic activity live for free right here every time. So again, stick around. We cover all the major Echo releases here. I'd love to hit 90,000 today, guys, in subscribers. If we can hit the subscriber amount, we certainly appreciate the love and support. We are growing like crazy lately. Dollar index at 110.50s. We are in sub-only mode, so if you haven't already subscribed, we certainly appreciate the love and support. SPY is at 382.30s, guys, 382.30s. We got Meta at 99.8. So Meta back under 100. Again, about 45 seconds before all this data comes out. 45 seconds. We are in sub-only mode as well, guys, so hit that subscribe button if you want to chat. We appreciate you all. All right, GDP expectational numbers here, guys. Again, 30 seconds before GDP drops. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Again, jobless claims numbers are expected to come in at 1.38 million. 1.388 million. Anything over that is good. PCE, GDP numbers, 2.4% expected quarter over quarter. Here's the data release. Waiting patiently, guys. Okay, so durable good orders are out. They came in lower than expected at minus 0.5%, and that's causing the market to rip. GDP came in at 2.6%, 0.2% higher than expected for GDP. GDP came in at 2.6%. Jobless claims actually went down as well. Initial claims came in at 217K, and continuing claims actually came in higher than expected, which is great. And that's causing the market to rip. So we had higher GDP, higher jobless claims numbers for continuing claims, lower initial claims, and then GDP came in at 2.6%, 2.6% versus 2.4% expected. It's actually causing this big response in markets, a big rebound in markets, a big bounce in the dollar index. And so again, that's it, basically everything that happened. We will try to do our best to put everything on screen here. But again, GDP came in 0.2% higher than expected at 2.6%. Again, we are getting a positive reaction here, a big bull response is what we're getting, guys, a big bull response. Again, we had higher than expected jobless claims numbers for continuing claims at 1.438 million versus 1.38 million expected. That's certainly influencing markets here. We're going to put that up on screen. GDP came in at 2.6% versus 2.4% expected. Initial claims came in lower than expected. And here's all the data on screen if you guys want to see it. Here's the data on screen. Again, pretty positive thing. Meta is bouncing back a little bit here. Dollar index is falling down, and the market's reacting pretty positively to this. PCE, core PCE price advances came in at 4.2%. PCE prices advance for core PCE came in at 4.5%, so on par with expectations. We're going to put a lot of these numbers in chat. The market is flying up on this data, guys. Flying up on this data here. Wow, look at the SPY. Rip dollar index is falling down. And again, these numbers are mostly good. GDP came in higher than expected. Continuing claims came in higher than expected, which is what we want right now. Initial claims came in lower than expected. GDP grew by about 0.2%. And so, yeah, that's basically it. Durable good orders came in lower than expected, which is good. at minus 0.5% versus 0.2% expected here. We'll put these numbers at core durable good orders. So again, came in a little bit better than expected. Dollar index has fallen down on this data. You can see all the numbers in chat. So hey, hit that subscribe button if you haven't seen. We certainly appreciate you all. Let's keep the growth up. All right, guys. SPY at 383s here. Dollar index is at 110.20s. 110.20s. Again, what do you guys think about these numbers here? We did come in positive, better than expected here. So we did come in better than expected. What do you guys think of these? We'll also give you a link if you want to watch the ECB rate hike press conference. If you want to watch the ECB press conference, we will give you a link if you want it. Again, guys, at 110.30s, 110.30s, we got the SPY at 383.40s. But again, we did have better than expected GDP numbers, lower jobless claims for initial claims, higher than expected continuing claims. GDP grew by about 0.2%. Core PCE price advance came in at on par with expectations. GDP deflator advance came in at 4.1 versus 5.3%. PCE numbers came in at 4.2% for the advanced numbers. And so, yeah, pretty good reaction to markets here. We are getting a pullback here with the dollar increase on the last minute or two. Yeah, Amazon and Apple earnings are really the chaotic earnings that are going to be dropping this evening. And we're going to stream that entire thing live. Amazon, Apple. We're going to stream the huge stock market reaction to those as well as stream the Apple earnings call this evening. So y'all be ready here. SPY at 383.09s. Again, what do you guys do? Are you guys buying right now or selling? Buy or sell right now? Let me know. Bullish or bearish? I think the Fed might see a reason to slow down hikes as the rate increases are starting to make an impact. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're definitely seeing higher interest rates. That's for sure. Again, we also sold bonds last week, which are going to influence higher interest rates. With that, I think that we're going to start to see some easing into these rate hike decisions. Again, that's what I'm hoping for, at least. I'm cautiously optimistic that that's what we're going to get. Of course, you never know for sure. And again, they might just raise 100 basis points next rate hike. Again, JP said that they were expecting 75 basis points each meeting, essentially, where he said we'd get 150 for the rest of the year, which is, we got 2 more rate hike decisions left this year. And so again, you can, guess that you can speculate that he's going to do 75 basis points each rate hike decision. And I think if we get that, we're going to get positive responses as long as nothing shows 100 or anything like crazy like that. But at the same time, though, there might be some other stuff. So we do have ECB speaking in about 10 minutes, guys, about 10 minutes for the ECB press conference. Dollar index falling back down here. Big drop in the dollar index. Dollar index is starting to test the lows of the open for the dollar. SPY bouncing back. Meta still over 100. Bull. But Rosie freaking whacked my knee, dude. Like, that hurt, bro. Rosie got so amped up to play fetch yesterday that she just kind of like headbutted my knee hard, dude. Now it hurts. All right, guys. Dollar index is bouncing up a little bit. We're right around this low. Let's see if we can hold over under this low. So there's the low. Again, getting some consolidation in the dollar index. Again, how much do you think the ECB rate hike decision is going to influence things? All right, SPY trying to bounce a little bit. We're at 383.09s, 383.09s. Dollar index still at 110.30s here. Meta's right at $100, right at $100. Again, y'all sub if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. And again, if you want to trade these economic releases here, check out Top Step. Top Step's really cool because we're doing okay on Top Step. Like, this is our day trading over the last week here. So here's our results. We actually ended green yesterday. In the futures market, just to put this into perspective, is how you trade these big releases here, right? So if you look at the futures market, here's the SPY, wildly influenced by these economic releases. If you look at this left side here, this is the futures market. There's no PDT in futures either. You can see this is the exact same price action. You can see this is the same as this right here. And you can trade this left side with no PDT restrictions, day trade short, all that good stuff. It's the easiest way to get around the PDT rule and trade some of these big releases. And I'm funded and sponsored, or I'm sponsored by Top Step, which are a funded account program in futures. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. And of course, we have sponsors since we don't sell a course or a service and we don't claim to be experts here. So of course, we have sponsors. But Top Step's a legit one. They're the most legit funded account program in the world. They're going to give you a demo. And if you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, they fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. And I truly think it's going to make people better traders, regardless of whether you get funded or not. Of course, it's difficult to get funded, but I think having to follow rules makes you a better trader. You know, it gives you rules. It builds plans for you. You have to be disciplined in order to succeed. And again, you can see this is me this month in October. This is my graph. If you guys have any recommendations on my trading, let me know, as long as it's not too hypercritical. I can, of course, I'm open into listening to it. But again, this is my graph. This month so far, we're up about $1,500. I know I need to scale up a little bit, but this is my graph so far. And so again, we'll see if we can continue to scale up. I'm going to try to trade the regular E-mini. We got the SPY dipping down a little bit today. So the SPY dipping down some short term. Previous closing price right at 382. So we've essentially corrected all the way back down from the run up we've gotten. Meta still over $100 there. But again, if you want to check out Top Step, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. They are a sponsor of my video. Yeah, dollar is starting to dip down a little bit here. So the dollar is falling some, but it is green on the day. If we zoom out here, this is the dollar on the day on the right side, and it's been very, very strong today. Very, very strong. Usually I trade 3 to 4, Walter, for my max sizing. Right now, I'm going to switch. Today, I'm going to switch to the regular E-mini, though. So we're going to switch to the regular. I think it's time. You know, what made me want to switch back is because, again, if you look at my stats, we're doing okay, but we need to be trading larger. Yesterday, we accidentally lost a ton of money, and we ended up fighting our way back pretty quickly trading the regular. And so as long as I'm careful about these ECB, as long as I'm careful about these economic releases and I don't get stuck in anything, we should be okay. Can you explain how contracts work for futures? Do contracts equal a certain dollar amount? Yeah, so day trading futures is exactly the same as day trading stocks. In terms of like the price action you're trading on the E-mini is basically the same as the SPY. You can market buy, you can market sell, you can buy the bid, buy the ask, all that good stuff. So the same as stocks. The big differences, though, are you're trading contracts instead of shares in the futures market. And so there's a few subtle differences, right? Like when I buy something in the futures market, you see I have the option to like buy market, sell bids, buy the ask, sell the bid, buy market, sell market, all that good stuff. But it goes by contracts, and each kind of like tradable security has a different movement amount. Like so one contract of the E-mini is $12.50 in profit or losses per tick, right? So if it goes in my direction 1 tick, which is essentially kind of like cents per share, then I make $12.50 in profit. If it goes against me 1 tick and I have 1 contract, then I lose $12.50 in profit. If I have 2 contracts and it goes in my direction, I make $25 or I lose $25. If it goes against me, if I have 4 contracts and it goes in my direction 1, I make $50. If it goes against me, I lose $50. Hey man, how you doing, bro? I'm doing good. Love you, buddy. Have a good day at school, man. You hanging out, bro? Today we got a lot of stuff going on in the stock market. Like what? Well, today we got GDP, which stands for Gross Domestic Product. Here, you want to be on stream, bro? Here. Yes, on it. Here, be careful, dude. Here, look. That's all right. This is good. All right, so yeah, we got GDP coming out today. Stands for Gross Domestic Product. Gross? We've got jobless sales or jobless claims numbers, which is basically like how many people are working. Right now, we're in a time of high inflation. You know what that means? That means prices are higher than normally. Like a gallon of milk might be $1. a few years ago. Might have been $1 a few years ago. Now it might be $2 or whatever. So now inflation is causing prices to be higher. It means that your money is worth less.
I saw somebody say that like in the comment.
What?
I saw somebody say that like in the comment.
Yeah, inflation is high right now, man. So again, what's it causing? It's causing a lot of fear. People are scared because of that, because prices are going up so much. And so it's one of these markets where it's actually kind of bad is good and good is bad. So we have like job numbers, how many people are working. Good numbers, higher expected jobless claims numbers is actually better, because it means less people are working, because when less people work, businesses have to lower prices because there's less money around. Does that make sense? Yeah. So let's look at something that you like, man. What about Roblox? Or how about Facebook? Look, Facebook had some really bad results. Facebook drops their earnings yesterday. Roblox? Okay, gotcha. Here's Roblox. Roblox is down yesterday, so it's at $45. Let's see what they go. There's also some other cool stocks like Nintendo. What's the Nintendo stock?
It's probably good.
Nintendo's pretty good, I think, right?
Yeah.
NTDOY. It's an OTC stock.
It's fine. It dropped a bit.
There's Nintendo right there. It is at 1020s right now. But this is Nintendo's actually a Japanese company.
So that's why people have Nintendo.
Nintendo. You also got Microsoft, which is Xbox, which is kind of what you play. Here's Microsoft right here. They dropped earnings. Yeah, Minecraft. That's right. They dropped earnings and they did not do well.
I play Minecraft all the time.
Yeah, and look, they dropped their quarterly earnings report, which is kind of like how well they're doing each quarter.
How would it drop?
And they drop big, man. Yeah, you see that, buddy?
How would Minecraft drop?
And it's not Minecraft. It's the overall parent company of Minecraft, which is Microsoft, which is a really big company. They're a software company. They design what you see on screen right now. It's called an operating system.
So many people play Minecraft.
Yeah, man. Minecraft, dude. Would you buy the dip in Microsoft, Jack? Would you buy this up?
Yes, but I think Minecraft is...
What do you think about Minecraft's future?
I think Minecraft is getting it up so it doesn't completely drop.
Yeah, that might be true.
Its other games are failing.
Other games are failing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. All right, well, we'll see what happens, buddy. All right, get on to school, okay? I love you, buddy.
Love you too. Bye.
Have a good day, man. All right. All right, guys. So Microsoft at 230.90s, 231s roughly. SPY starting to rebound a little bit. Dollar index is still down. It's at 110.20s here, 110.20s. I'll cry about it, X. I don't tell anybody to do anything, bro. If you're, if you're losing money and you're not blaming yourself and you're trying to blame some random dude on the internet who's telling people not to copy him and that he's not liable for losses, you're just emotional about your own losses that were your mistake personally. So again, cry about it. It's not my fault. Good day to you, sir. Yeah. Dollar index falling back down. SPY moving back up some here. Yeah, he's cool. Nintendo, bro. Yeah, I talk to kids like adults. I always have, because it makes them need to raise their standards of understanding. The studies have shown you talk to kids like kids, they develop slower. You talk to kids like adults, they develop faster because they have to. Iron sharpens iron, so to speak. You know what I mean? Dollar index falling down here. But yeah, for whatever guy that was mad or blaming me for whatever losses, like anybody that pays attention to the stream, like, listen, bro, if you're out here trying to copy some guy that tells you not to copy him in a channel called Beginner Trading, that's your own doing, man. Again, we don't charge for anything. We don't claim to be an expert. Like, we don't sell a course. Like, you know what I mean? You get people that are just not, like, you get certain people in the market that are just not introspective. Right? Like, they take a bunch of dumb trades that have nothing to do with me and they lose. And instead of being like, man, I took a dumb trade, it's my fault, they say, oh, I blame John from Beginner Trading, or I blame ABC person. Like, who cares, man? In the end, y'all are liable for your own trades. I literally tell people not to copy me. I don't want people to copy me. Not an expert, not anything like that. I don't claim to be. I don't act like one. I don't tell people to do anything. People ask me constantly all the time. They say, hey, John, what do you think is going to happen here? Or, hey, John, should I buy ABC stock? And I always tell them I don't know. Or they say, hey, John, where is this going to end today? I always say I don't know, because I really don't. No idea what anything's going to do. We're just covering stock market news and stock market activity. That's it. Yeah, I say don't copy me so much, and that we're not liable for losses. It literally like I could literally take everything, and I'm so glad I designed my channel this way. I could literally take every time I say it and turn it into a promo video. Don't copy me, don't copy me, don't copy me, and just pin it back to back to back and turn it into a promo video. Uh, yeah, but that's their fault then, Dan, not mine, bro. Right, 100%. Well, the kids have the most kids' brains are the easiest to learn and develop. And so you got to start your kids really young in terms of learning, because if you don't, you're missing out on the most opportune uh, time for brain development. So like you start your kids early, you teach them stuff early. Mark Zuckerberg, as much hate as he gets, his parents started teaching him programming when he was a child. And so eventually he grew up and he founded Facebook. That's how you have to do it. That's for kids, you got to start them very early. That's when their brains are the most resilient and reactive. And so in that regard, you got to get them, started very early if you want them to be talented at things. ECB rate hike is at the bottom here. Or no, the ECB rate hike was 75 basis points as expected. So as expected for ECB rate hikes. Door fund, eh? What's up, Emmanuel? Yeah, 100%. Hey, thank you, Ali B. Door fund. Hey, my guy, thank you, brother. Hey, I appreciate the $2, dude. Hey, I will fix that door. I want that fund 10K for someone that studies the most. Yeah, Jack's cool, man. He's a good kid. Sorry, catch you back on everything. Um, ripping is relative, Rico. But I mean, we could cry about it, but ripping is relative. Yeah, Rico's over there just hating, man. Again, people that are acting like Rico are usually people that are just unhappy with themselves. So cheers to you, sir. It looks like somebody banned him already. Nice, man. Yeah, gee. Dollar index has fallen down. Yeah, I'm gonna keep using ripping, but I'm watching very short term increments. And so I might say it's ripping up short term, and it has this big upward candle. It's all relative. We could say whatever we want. I might say something's cracking down or ripping up. It's just easier than saying something's going up or down. I'm just trying to report on price action. All right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Teaching them another language early on is good. 100%. I think they say Mandarin is actually the best language to teach them early on. Um, Overstock, I believe, did better than expected. I'm not sure though. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, look, man, they got a lot of people out here. Like, okay, you know how many people are out there streaming, but instead of telling people they don't know what's going to happen, instead of telling people that they're not experts, instead of telling people that, hey, I'm not an expert, I'm not a guru, don't copy me, they are literally trying to give out price targets and signals and all that good stuff out there on the internet. You know what I mean? And so getting mad at me, I'm probably the most reasonable person out here streaming on YouTube. I don't tell people to buy anything. I don't give out any picks whatsoever because I have no idea what anything's going to do, and I might have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't copy me. Don't sue me. Good day to you all. Plus, with the stream delay, it could be totally going the other way, especially, yeah, don't copy me. Ripping. Dollar index is ripping down, guys. Ripping down. It's at 1020s. Microsoft at 231. Speaking of Microsoft, though, do you guys agree with Jack? Jack basically said the only good game Microsoft has is Minecraft. Boom. It's probably the only game he really knows. Core price index CPE. Yeah, the CPE numbers coming out. Or no, CPE's not coming out today. Let me see. So let me see what's dropping tomorrow, guys. A lot of stuff happened today. PC came in at 4.2%. Dollar index still falling down. SPY moving up a little bit. Tomorrow we have, tomorrow we got the PCE deflator. So tomorrow's big too. PCE numbers tomorrow here. And then next Wednesday we got the actual FOMC meeting, which is going to be big too. All right, guys. Dollar index is ripping up for the dollar index. We'll see what happens. SPY is ripping up at 383s here, roughly 383s. Let me know what you guys predict is going to happen here. Big pop in the dollar index. It is at 110.30s, 110.30s. GDP was 0.2% better. Right, exactly. Another great deal. Mark Douglas famously said, you get a random distributions of wins and losses. You get a random distribution of wins and losses in the market. And so because of that, copying other people is just not really going to work that well. Again, it's usually something that like rookie traders do. In the end, traders are liable for their own mistakes, and copying other traders is never going to really work. That's why I like giving out signals and all that stuff. Like algorithmic software is one thing, right? But just copying purely off of another trader is usually just going to be a recipe for failure. And it is what it is. Ford popping back up a little bit. I get about 30 minutes before the market opens, guys. About 30 minutes. Here's Meta. Meta's still down around $100. I'm thinking 75 basis point, Jack, is what I'm guessing. What do you guys think? Meta's just kind of consolidating sideways over the last like 10 to 15 minutes. Dollar index is kind of going choppy as well. SPY is moving up some. It's at 380, 306s, but mostly just kind of neutral activity over the last. It's a big range. And so I do think we are kind of ripping up and ripping down in big ranges. But if you look at it, it's mostly sideways, neutral. Like here is the range right here. You can draw it out. If you look at the chart here, you can kind of see the range that we got going on right now. Like that. That's the range. So again, we'll see if we can get something good, but time will tell. Watch out. Be careful, Jack, when you say rip. People don't like that word. It's not really cheating. I mean, you can get ideas from other traders, but like the reality of it is you got to make your own decisions. I'll put it this way. If you copy other traders, you're going to be in trouble. I don't know how many people I've had. I bought Snapchat 4 days ago. I had people just get so upset with me over that Snapchat dip buy. Snapchat ended up ripping up over the next 3 days, 25% in 3 days. And so it goes, if you just try to copy other people's sentiments, then you're probably going to lose, including mine. I mean, don't copy me. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. Meta back over 100 at 100.4s. GDP data it depends on how you interpret it, right? GDP, we grew by 0.2% better than expected for GDP. We expected 2.4. We grew 2.6% quarter over quarter for GDP. Now, if you interpret that as GDP growth is good for the economy and good for the market, then it was positive. If you interpret it as bad for the current inflationary market, which is how a lot of traders are going to interpret that, then that is bad. You don't want to see GDP grow like that. Now, the other thing canceling it out to a certain extent, though, is the jobless claims number. So initial claims came in noticeably worse, which is good. Uh, Continuing claims came in noticeably higher than expected, which is great. This is what we want. We want less people working right now. At least the market wants less people working, because less people working means businesses will eventually have to lower pricing in order to compensate for the less money that's floating around out there. And so in that regard, higher jobless claims numbers is better for the stock market. And that's how the market has been reacting to it, at least over the last like 3 months, give or take. So it really depends on how you interpret it. You can interpret it both sides. ECB raised 75 basis points. That was influential as well. GDP quarter over quarter came in at 2.6 versus 2.4%. Continuing claims came in noticeably higher at 1.438 million versus 1.388 million as expected. And so again, it truly depends on how you're going to interpret that. Thoughts on Pinterest? Don't really know enough about it as a company. I would say that it's probably going to lose. I think that other things are kind of taking it over, and I think that I don't know. To be honest, I just don't know enough about Pinterest to really give an argument on either side. As for like long-term success, ripping up short term at 383.60s. Dollar index is creeping down under that previous 110.25 level, down to 110.20s. Can you briefly explain your VWAP strategy, please? Sure. So my VWAP strategy is very simple. There's a few of them that I use. Lately, the one I've been using is I've been letting consolidation play out in the market. And I've been letting this happen, and then I've been buying the dip to the range afterwards. So like lately, I'll look for a sideways range like this, and then I'll wait for us to break out of that range, and then I will buy the dip. So it's like you can see the range right here. Here's the top of the range. If you look at the range that we were in right here, I waited for us to break out of that range, and then I buy this dip, this pullback to the previous high of the range, let it go, buy that dip. Usually is what I try to do. Now that's the one I've been using lately. Now, if we have a really nice trend in the market, let me see if I can find a good day with it. Then I attack VWAP pullbacks and bounces, right? So here's a great day. So again, if we got a really nice trend showing up in the market, and you can see the trend by it maintaining. Here's the VWAP right here is this purple line. You can see the trend. The market is maintaining over the VWAP. And so what I do when that happens is I buy the dip to the VWAP right there, or I buy this pullback to the VWAP here or something like that, and attack the range or the trend is kind of what I do in a lot of different ways, short-term and long-term. But yeah, that's essentially it. Also on IMPP, really wondering how you feel about that one. I don't really trade penny stocks. I don't really like penny stocks. I tend to think that most of them will fail, and they're incredibly difficult to make money on long term. Most people fail and lose money trading them. Large majority of penny stocks ultimately go to zero, and investing them is a sucker's bet, in my opinion. But short term, if you can day trade them successfully, do your thing. I don't find an edge in it myself personally. Yeah, all good. Nah, no, never really listened to them, Michael. Don't really know anything about them. Okay, that's cool. I've never been obsessed with any band or group enough to become one of, you know what I mean? Like I think people just want a place to belong. I think people who might have a hard time socially making friends generally look for obscure social groups like that to follow, because it makes them feel like they're a part of something. Um, but in that regard, I'm just not really a super fan of any group or people. Uh, I like different bands and stuff like that, but never really listen to them, man. Yeah. Okay. Cool, Michael. Yeah, I was trying to be nice. Are you talking about the Discord? You can join our Discord, guys. I can join our Discord. Completely free Discord. Dollar index went to 109.50 and markets stayed flat. I feel that the markets are not that strong as we think. What is your opinion on how strong are the markets for move up? I think short term we're a little bit extended on the upside. So I think we moved up a lot over the last like week or two in terms of just broad markets. And so I think in that regard, we might have some short term downward momentum. But I also think it depends heavily on the PCE tomorrow and the rate hike decision on Wednesday, as well as Amazon and Apple earnings this evening. And so Amazon and Apple earnings are this evening. I think it depends heavily on Apple and Amazon earnings this evening, PCE deflator tomorrow, and the rate hike decision, the FOMC meeting on Wednesday of next week. I think those things are going to wildly influence markets, and the strength and weakness of our current market is going to depend on those things. Oh, bro, I love Backstreet Boys, bro. Backstreet Boys what? Here's our Discord right here. Yeah. Lil Bow Wow, the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time. Dollar index moving up. It's at 110.40s. SPY's at 383s. Yeah, join our Discord. There's the link right there. Check it out. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the flat Earth people are doing too. Kind of like what I said about the insane clown posse. It's kind of what the flat Earthers are doing too. I think they just want to feel a part of something. I think even if they found out the Earth was a sphere, I still think they would pretend it wasn't, because at this point in time, there's a full economy going around flat earthers, right? They've got people creating globes and all this different stuff. And I think all the evidence points to the world being spherical, specifically the moon. When people say, oh, it's a fake moon, but why even have a fake moon then? And so I think it's very clear that the Earth is a sphere. And the flat earthers just want to belong somewhere, and so they just want to be a part of something. And I think, there's now an economy that revolves around it. And so they have even more confirmation bias for flat earth. And, obviously the world is round. Thank you for your answers. I also think that earnings and Wednesday rates will be the movers for this rally. Yeah, for sure. Cost us 100%, man. Do you ever think playing SQ and TQ is good while the market is where it's at? Just wondering, because I stopped for a while and now I've been only playing the SQ and TQ. Yeah, I mean, if you're bearish on the market and you want to short it, SQ is certainly, useful in that regard. Now it doesn't mean that it's easy to do, but if you can make it work, props to you. Yeah, moon's a big piece of cheese. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Did that link stop working? Does that Discord link work? Can somebody join that link and tell me if it works or not? Did it stop? SPY moving up still. Dollar index pulling back some, but Meta still right around $100. Yeah, I think the Bible verse is, for it is he who sits above the circle of the earth, And so it's like, I'm not the most religious guy, just to put it out there. But I do know that verse. SPY is at 383.60s. I've been rinsing and repeating with both Qs for the last month or two. Easy. Hey, nice cheddar. Congrats, dude. Hey, nice, Michael. Like I said, as long as you don't try to sell anything yourself, all good. Rules of the Discord, you can't try to promote anything. Like, a lot of people will be nice, join my Discord, and then try to promote themselves. And, we're not really going to, you can push some good charts, but just don't try to plug any stuff, Appreciate everybody that joins, though. All right, guys. So SPY moving up a little bit with the dollar here. You see the dollar index on the right. It is kind of moving up with it. SPY at 383.70s, 383.70s. We got the opening bell in about 23 minutes. We are going to stream the full opening bell. SPY at 383.90s. So we are ripping up again. So the ECB raised rate 75 basis points as expected. It did cause somewhat of a bull response. GDP grew by 0.2% quarter over quarter. Um, Jobless claims were mixed, but the biggest one, which is continuing claims, came in noticeably higher than expected, which is going to be interpreted as positive as well. So that's kind of the look into the results we had today. Yeah, look, it's to keep people from continuing just to pump the Discord and chat. I will let me know if the Discord works, guys. Does the Discord work? Like maybe their updates didn't work or something. Let me know if that Discord works, and I'll fix it if it doesn't. I'm a bit confused. This is bear or bull, the ECB. So the ECB is the European rate hike decision. They came in neutral essentially, as expected. Last time it was 1.25. They ended up showing 2 now, which is 75 basis point rate increase, is what it was. Yeah, we're trading the regular E-mini today, Jake. We'll see. Okay, cool. We'll see if it works. Yeah, what's strange is that I don't know if the welcome thing on my Discord is broken or something, but it's not showing up any new people joining. The last person to show join was October 15th, which isn't right. I've had a few people say they joined. So we've had new people join the Discord, correct? Yeah, all good, Bjorn. All good, brother. SPY at 383.40. He's pulling back a little bit. We'll see if we bounce at that 383.50 level, right around where we're at now, right here. Could be a bounce level. Dollar index is still testing that previous level. Meta still breaking down here. Again, 20 minutes, guys. I just joined at 9:05. Okay, got you. Okay, cool. Yeah, it looks like the joining thing is just broken. Yeah. Yeah, y'all just be careful, okay, guys? My name on Discord is John the Tyrannical / John BT. It's not beginner trading chat room. Just be careful. There's a lot of scams going around, people pretending to be me, essentially. So y'all just be careful. It's unfortunate because for whatever reason, the welcome bar isn't showing up, which means that it's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to see if any scammers join, and I can't really see it now, unfortunately. So, all right, guys, Ford is moving up a little bit. We did buy the Google dip. We're slightly red in it. We're in green and Ford. Break even in Google and Ford. We're still in Meta here. Down a little bit. Meta breaking under 100, though. The guy's at 99.3s. Mostly choppy dollar index action here. We got 20 minutes before the opening bell. Like Fight Club. Oh. Yeah, they're out there, bro, for sure, pawn. Unfortunate, but yeah, everybody's trying to beat me, bro. I'm third best in the world. Definitely top 3. Again, Warren Buffett, Bill Ackman, John, beginner trading. That's it. I've been telling that joke for years and years. Still gonna keep saying it. Dollar index is at 110s. SPY up there again. So just to put this into perspective, we had growth in GDP, 0.2% growth. Came in at 2.6% versus 2.4% expectational numbers. The ECB raised rates 75 basis points, on par with expectations. That's what they were expecting. We had continuing claims that were higher than expected by a decent amount, by a good margin. That would cause positive reaction in stocks. And then we had continuing claims that were lower than expected. We had also, let me see what else we had drop. We had a bunch of earnings today. Most of them were either mixed or positive. We didn't have any that were completely negative in terms of misses on both metrics. The dollar index is currently pushing up some to 120, 110.40s. SPY is moving up a little bit with it. And again, I would never pressure you to subscribe, but subscribe now. Okay, do it now, or I'll hate you forever. Do it now. Help us hit 89,000 subscribers today. I think we'll probably hit 89K today. I think we'll probably hit 89,000, give or take. We're hitting 90K. I mean, I think we'll probably hit 90. Well, we're going to come close. Meta still breaking down. All right, guys, we got about 15 minutes before the market opens, guys. About 15 minutes. Look at the dollar index pop here. I wonder if this is going to severely tank markets right now. Dollar index is at 110.50s. SPY is at 383.50s. Yeah, I've had mostly green action. Again, here's my last. So here's my profit from yesterday. We made about 300 yesterday, about 280. If we look at our actual day this week, this is our week so far. So we are up on the week. Not the prettiest graph. We're up about 600. Again, we're going to be scaling up today, though. We are going to be trading the regular E-mini today. We're not going to be trading the micros anymore. But with that, we got to be patient. Again, here was Monday. Here's my stats for Monday. Made 160 Monday. Tuesday we made 140. Yesterday was Wednesday, and we ended up making, like I said, about 280, 300. There's Wednesday. There's yesterday. And so we're going to see if we can finish the week out strong. We got a couple days left. Dollar index started to dip down, though, guys. Look at the dollar index testing these highs and then dipping down a little bit. SPY kind of moving with it, which is a little strange. One day, Hassan. One day, brother. Hey, yeah, nice B10. Does TOA have a profit chart breakdown like that? No. Kramer having a meltdown eating over Meta. Yeah, I saw him saying something about Meta here. I saw Kramer saying something. Let me see what he said. There he is, Jim. Old Jimmy Jim. That's what Kramer's saying. We're going to get ready to trade too, guys. Let's get ready here. Again, you guys, remember today we have Apple earnings. Apple and Amazon earnings today. So y'all be ready, man. Should be a fun day, dude. It really should be. But yeah, today we have Apple and Amazon earnings. So y'all be safe. Y'all be ready. We're going to be streaming them live as soon as they drop this evening. Starting pretty early. Here's the markets. Let's get ready, guys. All right, so Kramer said today it is Ford versus Facebook. Ford recognizes that it isn't ready to produce the best driverless and wants to spend the money elsewhere and be frugal. Frugality is a word never spoken at Facebook. At a point, it is too late to sell Meta, but it is a seething monster of spending. Can I get $90? Is that a $90 in the back? How about 88? 88 going once for my auctioneering days. This is the great handoff. There will be some techs that get through to the promised land, but the tech glut is real. The cost of out of control and the ad dollars dwindling. Defensives and industrials and financials will outperform them. Yeah, so I guess Kramer is switching on Meta. Again, market ripping up, breaking highs. Let's get ready. We're going to put the regular E-mini up. Getting some pops here. Let's get our VWAP ready too. There we go. We got our VWAP up there. Testing that high right now. But again, I'll probably make maybe 95 my risk here for Meta, give or take $95. That makes my loss very small. Dollar index just fell down very, very, very fast here for the dollar index. The dollar index just fell down big. So wow, the dollar index just dropped big, big. Down to 110.30s for the dollar index here. SPY moving up with that. Yeah, dollar index all the way down to 110.20s here, guys. SPY ripping up to 384s. Meta still falling. Yeah, if I lose on Meta, it'll be my first losing swing trade I've had in a minute, which is fine. Like I said, I'm very confident in my trading. We're always going to be wrong sometimes. And if I'm wrong about Meta, that's okay. All right, guys, about 12 minutes, 12 minutes. What specific symbol do you use to track the dollar index, DXY? Apple tried to warn us about production early. Earnings will be good, in my opinion. What happens to Twitter shares when it goes private? Well, usually the procedure there is that they're just going to pay you what your Twitter shares were worth. So it's like if you got $1,000 worth of Twitter shares, they're going to give you $1,000. Probably reach out to your brokerage, but that's probably what's going to happen. This is Quant Tower, Shadow, Quant Tower. So again, I am sponsored by TopStep. And TopStep is a funded account program for futures. And so they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you. It's the easiest way to trade these big economic releases and earnings as well, because the SPY essentially follows earnings. And this is essentially the S&P 500, but it actually has pre-market trading. It's called the E-mini. And you can day trade this, which is essentially the S&P 500, and play these big economic releases with no PDT restrictions in futures. You can day trade short, all that good stuff. What I'm doing is a funded account challenge in the futures market. So my job is to hit a certain profit target. If I can hit a certain in TopStep, they fund traders, and they're legit. They're the most legitimate funded account program in the world. And so again, they're going to give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following rules and pass their faces, and they fund you the same amount. So the 50K one's very cheap. It's only 130 something a month if you use my link and get 20% off. And you can see here's my stats so far. You can see yesterday we made money. Last 7 days, we kind of had a little bit back and forth here. We are green fondly over the last 7 days, but not by much. It's been a choppy time. Here's this month in October here, so we're doing pretty well. And again, they're the most legitimate funded account program in the world. I think most people are not going to be able to get funded because, of course, it's a legit funded account program, so they're going to make sure you're a good trader. But regardless of that, I think it's going to make people better traders, and it's pretty cheap. It's 130 something a month. It's going to teach you to follow rules. If you want to trade futures, it's a lot cheaper to try this out than it is to put up 10K yourself in the futures market, because futures can go against you very, very fast. And we are going to be trading the regular E-mini today. And so you'll be able to see how fast they move. But again, we've got a couple thousand in cushion in this account that we can swing into now. So wish me luck. And again, if you want to check out the funded account program, here is the link. They are a sponsor of my video, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor because they pay me money naturally. So I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, if you want to check them out, here is the link in chat. You can see the link right there. Great way to help support our free content. No, you can use it wherever. I'm pretty sure it's if you look at TopStep's stats here. So they paid out in 21, 3.24 million in 21 in withdrawals to their funded traders. They funded 8,400 traders in 143 countries. 97% of people said it made them better traders. All right, guys. Market is pulling back a little bit here as the dollar index pops back up some. Meta's still breaking down. Nine minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Again, we are going to be covering the Amazon earnings later, guys. We are going to be covering the Apple earnings later. We are going to be streaming that. And so don't forget to subscribe as well. We drop all the big Echo releases for free, so you guys can catch them for free. We don't sell a course or a service ourselves. We do have sponsors, of course, to subsidize the channel, but we put out all this data for free every day. We stream for hours every day. Our TOS account's a 30,000, 120K account as well. So we trade a big account on TOS too. We swing trade, we invest, we do it all. And so again, subscribe. Great way to help support the channel here. And we appreciate you all. 8 minutes, guys, before the opening bell. All right, guys, getting a little bit of a dip in the SPY here. Now, I think the question is, does the SPY hold VWAP? Does the SPY hold VWAP? Yeah, futures could just go against you so fast, right? Like, again, I'm trading the regular E-mini today, so you'll be able to watch. But futures can go against you very, very, very quickly, very, very fast. And so in that regard, you got to just be careful. We're going to be trading the regular E-mini today. We got a nice cushion of, thousands on the account so far, so we could take some swings today. We're going to try to. Good volatile day to do it, I think. But again, futures can go against you very, very quick. And so putting up futures money yourself if you're new is probably not the right move. You probably want to try a funded account program or at least just demo paper trade it for a little bit and learn. Because if not, you could lose a bunch. Futures market's just got a big risk. All right, guys, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. Again, let me know what your predictions are for the market today. We had a lot of big numbers come out already, so let me know what your predictions are for the market today, guys. Market pulling back a little bit. All right, guys, E-mini is down there, so E-mini pulling back some. All right, guys. So market is bouncing a little bit. Dollar index is pulling back some here. Meta tried to break 100 and then pulled back some as well. We got about 4 minutes, 3 minutes really. I would guess we get a fake out dump at the open only to squeeze back higher, maybe. Hedge fund put 120 billion into Bitcoin this week, more than any other. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, Twitter is going private at the end of the week. Shopify did okay. Dollar index is DXY. On TOS, it's a money sign and then DXY. All right, guys, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Again, sub for free traded content daily. E-mini starting to pull back some here. But again, we'll see if we get a bounce. Again, I'm going to wait 10 minutes at least to trade before the opening bell. We're not going to trade in that first 10 minutes. There's just too much risk associated with trading in that first 10 minutes. It's too spontaneous and random. We're going to let things play out first and give it time. Just wait, be patient, is what the plan is. And hopefully we get something good, Still pulling back a little bit, guys. About 2 minutes. 2 minutes, team. Jobless claims numbers, I would say, were positive. We actually came in higher than expected for continuing claims, which is kind of what we want to see. It's kind of what we want to see. We want to see higher than expected jobless claims numbers because right now we're in an inflationary market, and the logic there is that the higher we get in jobless claims, the better it is for inflation because the less people working means less people spending, which means lower inflation, right? So higher jobless claims numbers is kind of what you want to see. I'm going to go ahead and cut my meta trade. I'll give it, I'm going to make $98 a hard risk level here. So we're right around 98, and I'll cut it at the open when it's a little bit more liquid if we don't get a bounce. So we're prepared to probably cut that. All right, guys, 50 seconds. We'll let Meta give it a chance to run at the open, but if not, we'll just get out for a $130 loss. Very small. We made more, double that with Snapchat roughly. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a way that we can actually see it. There we go. That works. All right, guys, here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. Here comes the open. Again, we are going to wait to trade, day trade at least after the open. We might get out of Facebook or Meta, depending on what we get at the opening bell. We'll see. All right, there's the open. S&P 500 ripping up short term right at the opening bell. Big pop up. Let's see if it actually holds, though. About 300,000 in volume showed up at the opening bell. Again, the dollar index is falling down some short term. Market's moving up nicely here. Dollar index is falling down. Market is popping up big. Wow, look at this big bounce here, guys. Wow. Dollar index is coming down. Market's popping up again. Remember, we do have Apple and Amazon earnings today. Meta popped all the way back up to roughly 100, a little bit less. All right, getting a little dip here. Again, nothing I really want to trade. We're going to let a trend play out first. Got a down wick, which is usually a really good bull sign. But again, too volatile right now. The dollar index is still falling down some. So the dollar index is still falling. Market looks a little bit strong here. Looks like we might get another test of that 384 level. Maybe not. And we're starting to move up. Looks strong. Big down wick. Yep, there's the 384 level. So we did just tap it real quick on the SPY. Dollar index is starting to creep up a little bit short term. All right, again, getting a dip and a pullback now. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and cut Meta. We got out. We lost like $150 or something small like that. So we did cut our Meta trade. Just didn't work out. It did drop. So You know, Bears were right in that regard, and that's okay. Good job, Bears. Y'all made some money. And we'll add back to it maybe if it looks strong, but E-mini ripping up strong here. E-mini looking good again. We're not going to trade yet. We're going to patiently wait. We did end up buying Ford yesterday, which is turning out really nice. So Ford is making us a lot of money back. Google, we bought Google as well, and Google is now green too. And so luckily our Ford and Google dip buys are kind of paying for, our loss there. And we'll take a little bit off of Ford now. Since we're so green in it already, we just took a little bit off of there. SPY still consolidating downward again. Not really any edge right now in the market, so we're just kind of sitting back, waiting patiently here, team. You can't see me there, so we're going to do that. We got a nice little bounce area here, maybe. SPY is flying up here. Ford is too. You love to see it. Dollar index testing lows. Market looks good. Again, not really any trend for me to attack yet. I mean, it's a nice little bounce, but we got to be patient here and wait. Oh, is the music off? My bad, guys. I've been listening to music this whole time. My bad. Let me know if you can hear the music now. You should be able to. Well, no, that's not true, Jack. I mean, listen, I made money on Snapchat. I made money on Disney pullbacks. Like last month, I rode Disney from 91 to 102. I rode Snapchat from 780s to 10, essentially. So pullbacks certainly can still work. Just they're not going to work every time. Meta, I think, has a bigger argument for bearish action. Again, another sizable dip here. Again, patiently waiting for today. We got a little range forming that we can see here. In terms of range, we have this. We'll see if we break underneath it, and if we do, see if we get some bear action that shows up. Look at us test the bottom of that range. Exactly where I drew, guys. Look at that. So exactly where I drew, we bounced exactly off of that level right after I drew it too. Like, look at that. So again, we'll give it time and we'll be patient. Again, choppiness, but the dollar index is starting to break lows down at 110.20s on the dollar index here. So the dollar index is actually looking weak. Yeah, Meta might be bullish. I mean, it's starting to rebound a little bit. Like I said, I could add it back. I'm just going to take the couple $100 loss and then sit that one out. Too many question marks regarding that one. Again, very neutral, choppy market right now. We had a little bit of bull action at the open. You can see we drew this range, and this range is actually holding pretty sizably. So we'll see if we can continue to hold that range. All right, so we just broke down underneath that range here, and we'll start targeting a bear trade if we get a bear trend to attack. But we need a breakdown here. And this is moving big in a big range. Dollar index is starting to fall here. So again, that might cause some bull action in markets. We're just kind of sitting back, very sideways neutral range that we can attack now. Here we go. We got this little range here that we can identify. Got got that range drawn. VWAP is right below us though, and so you can see the VWAP is right here. We're bouncing directly off of that. So again, just not really any trade that I would really want to take yet. We start to get a break underneath this level here, and then we're really going to be more interested in shorting it. Dollar index just flushed down heavy, down to 110.14s, guys, for the dollar index. So that might cause a small bounce in the market. Yeah, there's the bounce. So again, no trades yet. We're 3 green days in a row, and we kind of had to tweak our patience levels a little bit last couple days. So at this point in time, we are just kind of sitting back, waiting for a trade to show up. We don't really have any edge here for this right now, so we're just kind of sitting. Yeah, bears might overdo it, but I think with Meta, I just think the risk is outweigh the rewards. Usually, I like buying dips on sure thing companies long term, and I just don't know if Meta's a sure thing. I think it might take them a few years to fail, but we might get some downward pressure leading up to that. So I don't know. Because of that, we just cut it. It's starting to look weak. So yeah, dollar index is looking very, very weak here. So the dollar index is breaking down big. The SPY's not really following the dollar yet. So again, I don't see any point in taking any direction trade right now, just because the dollar index is falling down. So conventionally, we would get upward action on the SPY, but I don't know if the correlation is strong today. And so it's hard to predict. We're just going to base it off of levels here. There we go. There's the breakdown. Okay, so we finally got a move. We need a new candle to open up first and make sure we don't get a quick and sudden retracement back up. All right, we are getting a nice little drop here. We need a new candle to open up first for me personally before I take any trades based off of this. Big drops. New candle opens up in about 20 seconds. We'll see what it looks like. Now we're going to short this. All right, just made about $75 there. We'll look to short it again on a bounce. Missed out on a little bit of the downward move, but about $75 green on the day. Again, we need a larger bounce now. Getting some weakness roll through for sure. That's the volume weighted average price, Hunter. Getting some weakness coming through the markets though, but again, we need a stronger bounce than this to attack. Big down wick indicating buying pressure coming through. Big bounce back up. I'm going to short this. Hopefully we get a rejection here, which is kind of what we're getting. Shorts. There's the start of a rejection here. We're about break even on the trade, back and forth. Starting to get a breakdown. Nice. All right, so we just made another 25. We're up about 100 on the day now. Getting some choppy action though, so we're gonna wait and be a little bit more calculated with our next trade instead of just jumping in on this choppiness. Seeing some breakdowns now. I could jump in here, but again, we're at the bottom of the range, and we could bet on a low break. But again, with the down wicks that recently showed up, as well as being in somewhat of a choppy range, for me personally, I'm just going to sit here. I like this move, though. I think it looks downward now. It looks like we might break down, break this low of the day. Maybe not. We get an up wick, I might target this a little bit more. That looks weak, very weak. Dollar index is still falling though, so I'm going to wait. Green coming through. If we could reject the volume weighted average price, that's a weak sign, of course. Market started to move up, test the VWAP. Yeah, we're just going to wait. Big run up, so again, glad I waited here. Again, now we're very choppy, so my hands are off. While we're choppy, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I just got to go number one real quick. I'll be right back. Man, Rosie just put a number on my knee, bro. Rosie just whacked my knee here. It hurts, dude. Oof, Rosie whacked my knee yesterday, bro. She was playing catch with, or she was playing fetch with me, and dude, she just rammed into my knee, man. My right knee. Hurts. Anyways, how you guys doing? Green or red today? Market's choppy right now. We break down here. I'll short into a bounce. We need a bounce though. All right, we're short. About break even. Trying to give this time to break down. I like this weakness trend. All right, made another 100 right there. We're up about 200 on the day. Call out the breakdown of the weakness. About $200 a day on a very few trades, very few amount of trades. So we've only traded 4 times. Green on every one, or 2 times really. But here's the stats so far. So yeah, we're up about 196 or so. About 200. Oh, we're up exactly 200. I'm sorry. So yeah, we'll short into a bounce up here too. I just made about 112 there. We're up about 312 on the day, accurately judging the momentum. About 300 on the day, I mean. Oh, no, we're up 312.50 on the day. Market's breaking down here. No losing days yet since the open. Starting to get that bear action roll through. Dollar index is moving up. My doctor's appointment went great, man. He said I got the heart of a 16-year-old, bro. My echocardiogram looked great. No problems. My calcium score was 0. So absolutely no plaque in my arteries or anything like that. So I'm good, man. I appreciate the thought, though. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Market's still weak. Still breaking heavily here. All right, so getting some flush breakdowns at 380. Just broke under the previous closing price. The SPY is technically green, or technically red on the day now, I mean. So actually red on the day. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thank you, guys. Yeah, it's bad for the current market right now. Like, the current market has that bad, but the current market sees it, usually has been seeing it as negative. Big breakdown in markets here, guys. Look at these huge breakdowns, team. Hey, thank you, James. Yeah, man. Happy to hear it for sure. Usually GDP growth right now in inflationary markets is bad, but again, it was only 0.2. What really sparked the rally that we got initially was jobless claims came in higher than expected, which is good for inflationary markets. That's kind of essentially what happened, and so again, guys, we're up $300 here. So I'm gonna start trading the regular micro right now. Again, we're green so much already that I'm not trying to give back my trades, my profit today. So we are going to trade the micro right now. So we were already up over $300. We're up about 312 in about 4 trades total. Haven't lost since the open. You can see our profit graph here. It doesn't go down once. It's been green this entire time. So we're doing really well, but we're going to scale down in size now because we're really green on the day, and we'll take it. Also, guys, we need 12 subscribers. They hit 89.6K. We need 12. So do it now. Listen, everything we put out there is free. We don't claim to be experts. We cover all the major economic news and data. We're covering Amazon and Apple earnings this evening. We've got PCE deflator tomorrow. Next week, we got the FOMC meeting, and we will cover all of this stuff live as it happens. We'll give you the data as soon as it comes out. And we don't sell a course or a service and don't claim to be experts either. We're just a resource and community for traders. If you want to be a part of that, subscribe. We certainly appreciate it. Market is breaking down here. You can see the S&P 500 fall. It's down to $3,800 right now in the S&P 500. So it's looking weak. 4 trade's still green. So 38, guys, $3,800 for the S&P 500 here, starting to break down. Dollar index is moving up on the market weakness here. Big breakdown in the S&P. Hey, don't do it, Kyle. No need to, bro. It's going to take a long time. Will the FOMC cause another bearish reaction? I'm not sure, man. We'll see. It could. It might not. I'm hoping we come in positive, man. I think if we show 75 basis points, we'll react positively to it, but I really don't know. I can only hope we get something good from it, but again, I don't really know. What do you guys think? How do you think FOMC will turn out? Here's a question. Do you think FOMC next week turns out bullish or bearish? Getting a little bit of a bounce here, but we're down so much already. It's still not big enough of a bounce for me to want to jump into it yet. Getting some up wicks here. I guess I'm just going to wait. I was going to short it, but I think I'm just going to chill and wait. We're just down so much on the day already. Dollar index is starting to pull back some, so that might cause a short-term pop in markets. I just don't want to risk it. Point. I can really feel inflation. Two-piece chicken is not one piece. Hey, Shopify taking off. Yeah. Yeah, Shopify's ripping up some. What's Apple doing? Apple dropping with the market. Amazon dropping with the market as well. Amazon's down to 111. Google also. Again, I'm probably just going to add to Google here and hold that long term. No, maybe I should have shorted the market. We're getting a little flush, but again, we're so extended on the downside now. I don't think there's any edge in betting a direction here. I mean, I think we're probably going to continue going down, but to what degree we bounce back up here is a different story. We might do that. We might do that. We might just do that. You know what I mean? But either way, if you start shorting here, and it goes all the way up there, you're in trouble. You know what I mean? So I think I'm just going to wait. We're too extended on the downside to make any short-term bet currently. Let me check to see if we got any other stuff come out today. So the New York Post has been hacked. They said they're investigating the cause. But I don't see anything. All right, so we did test lows here and get on the SPY. We are starting to break down these low levels here. Look at that breakdown at 380.6, 380.5s. How you guys doing today? Green or red? I mean, we've had a very profitable day, and I really like my discipline today has been pretty steady and solid. So I'm really happy with my discipline today, but the market is just falling. Again, luckily we got out of Meta. Or no, Meta's actually been rebounding here, so it's all right. Google trade was very small, and like I said, we'll probably just add to Google over time. Entry on Google is like $93 right now, so pretty small. Watching the dollar closely here, though. I guess we're bouncing up a little bit here. Starting to bounce up a little bit. Micro E-mini at 3,827 here. Bouncing up some. I don't know if I want to short into this or not. Why is the dollar so important? Why do you link the two? How do you link the two? Well, the dollar index is what's driving this inflation market. So, usually there's an inverse correlation, which there has been about for the last hour, where dollar index moves up, SPY moves down, market moves down. Dollar index moves down, SPY and market move up, right? The reason for that is because the stronger the dollar is, usually the less people want to put their money into other things because their cash is gaining value, right? So if your cash is gaining value, why invest it into other stuff like the stock market or crypto? Inversely, if your cash is losing value, what are you going to do? You might flood other markets. You might take that and invest it into other things. Getting a little bit of a rebound here. Meta's actually popping up. Maybe I shouldn't have cut Meta, but it's all good. Like I said, very small loss on that front. All right, guys. Finally getting a dip in markets here. Dollar index just dropped pretty big, though, pretty sizably. All right, so again, a pullback in the dollar index as well as the SPY. So they are kind of positively correlated today. Bouncing back up in the market a little bit here. 4 p.m. Gregory. And again, we're going to stream them live, of course. Yeah, we scaled up today and we made a decent bit of money. So I'm happy with my results so far. The only reason I'm not shorting here is because the dollar index fell fast. I don't mind this little upwick here. Like, part of me doesn't want to ruin a perfect day so far. Like, since the opening bell, we have not lost at all. Like, again, here's our graph since the open. We have not lost once since the open. So we've been very, very green. We're up about 312 on the day. So part of me wants to just not push too heavily and risk too much and just kind of bow out of the day. So we're getting a little bounce back up. We're at 381.40s. Yeah, exactly, Pat. I don't know what we want to do yet. Like I said, we're still very green. Lagging indicator today. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the dollar index, I mean, we're dropping big over the last 20, 30 minutes, or over the last like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes, we've been dropping pretty sizably for the dollar index. SPY with that, though, is starting to bounce back up some. So the SPY started to come back with the dollar index's weakness. We're going to short right here. And if we ruin our perfect day, it's all good. I like this short area. You know, two contracts here, so still small, and we won't be too loose with it. We'll cut it if it goes against us. I was hoping we might get a rejection of that previous closing price, but we just didn't. Very close to cutting this here. All right, so we just lost 70 bucks. Maybe I should have taken my own advice. We're just getting a huge rebound in the market. I'm just going to sit on my green day. We're up about 250 on the day, so not bad. Yeah, I posted that on Twitter. No, I didn't rush my trades. I mean, here's my graph for today. So we did pretty good. Again, could have been a little bit better, but you know, this big pop up kind of stopped us out. I like the previous closing price pullback. The problem is the dollar index is starting to fall fast. So this is good for my longs though. Like we're in Ford long. We are in Google long. And so this is good for my long trades today. We're making money on those. But SPY just rebounded big here. Now we'll see if the S&P 500 VWAP acts as a little bit more relevant of a level here. Bitcoin every time makes a bottom in the last November till February. Yeah, market's bouncing back fast. Let's see if we can hold over VWAP right now. But we're all the way back over volume weighted average price on the SPY. We're moving up fast too. There's a little bit of a rejection at the VWAP from the volume weighted average price. So we're completely neutral right now. And y'all just be careful because we are completely neutral. We're over the previous closing price, but we're below the VWAP now. So dollar index is starting to bounce back some with it. Dollar index moving up a little bit short term, bouncing right around that previous low of the day for the dollar index. Still bouncing back some. Apple weighs 11% of the NASDAQ. If Apple posts good numbers today, tomorrow's going to be super greedy. Yeah, we'll see. That's certainly possible. And remember, guys, we are going to be streaming Apple earnings. They are today at 4 p.m. So y'all be ready. We are going to be streaming those. Google trades bouncing back really nicely for me. Ford is as well, which is cool. So we're going to let those work. Part of me wants to short the market here. I guess I will, but I'm going to give it a very tight leash. Yeah, we lost like 25 bucks there. I'm going to probably just chill for the rest of the day. I don't want to get back money in the markets. It's starting to get choppy. Google, we're actually green now. And again, we are in the Top Step Combine. And so again, you can check it out if you're interested in trying to get funded. We're doing okay in our progress. We scaled up today. I think we got to take a few days before we take crazy size and get used to the sizing of the E-mini. You know, we are trading the regular E-mini, which moves very fast. Like the micro E-mini moves 125 per tick. Per contract, right? So if I have 4 contracts, it's only moving $5, essentially a share in futures terms. So $5 a tick. The regular E-mini, which is what we traded today, moves $12.50 per tick, right? So we got 5 contracts. Every tick up or down is going to be $50 in profit or losses. So that will move fast. So we're green today. And again, it's going to take us a little while to get used to the larger sizing and all this. We ended up scaling back down to the to micros here. And I think this is a very weak sign. Is the only reason I'm taking this trade. There we go. All right, took half off. All right, so we ended it on a green. We'll take that. What trading platform? I'm using Top Steps Funded Account Challenge is what I'm using, GTR. Thank you for the $2, brother. I appreciate it. Again, here is that combine if you want to check it out in chat. It's a funded account program. So they give me a demo, and if I can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, and they fund me, it's the most legit one in the world. It's kind of who everybody else copies off of. They've been around for a decade plus now. Fund thousands of traders a year, pay out millions of dollars every year, 90% split once you're funded. And the base one's pretty reasonable. It's like 130 something if you use my link, and you got to make 3K in profit without losing over 2K. So a lot of reasonable packages there. But they are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. Yeah, Meta's maybe run it up, bro. I don't know. We'll see if my swing trade exit was the wrong move. But I'm not perfect as a trader, so, I mean, it is what it is. I'm happy with today's trades. Like I said, here's my stats so far today. And we're doing pretty good, pretty solid. About 230 on the day. Only had 1 losing trade total. So not too shabby. Could have been better, of course. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Good morning. Yeah, all good. What do you guys think Meta's going to do right here? Again, right now we're kind of in this unknown area for the SPY, I think, where we could run back up, we could fade back down. And so we're kind of in this unknown area on the SPY where it could do great, it could do poorly. You know, we'll see. Looks like it's starting to run back up. Dollar index is breaking lows. SPY popping all the way back up to 383.11s here, guys. 383.11s. Market looks like it's going green. Dollar index just broke down big. I mean, this is good for my Google trade and my SPY. This is good for my Google and my Ford trades today. And they're back nicely in the green for both of those. Google, we ended up scaling in with an entry of $93 roughly, give or take. Cutting losses fast is a pretty good skill to have, even if you're wrong short term, make money. And so, you might be wrong sometimes and it might hurt, but like cutting losses fast is an incredibly profitable skill. It's one of the most important skills. Like in trading, your goal is to condition yourself through repetition to do the correct things. And, one of the most important things to condition in yourself is your ability to cut losses. And so, I'll cut losses very fast. And if I have to add some size back, I will too. And so it depends on how you look at it, but big rebound in markets though, guys. What do you guys think here? Our Google trade's doing really well. We're at 384.20s, 384.20s on the SPY. Ford is up to 1290s. Bro, I missed the jobless claims data. It was right here. So if you want to check it out, this is basically the GDP data. It came in at 2.6 versus 2.4% expected. So 0.2% higher for GDP growth than expected. Continuing claims came in at 1.438 million, which was better than expected for current markets. Initial claims came in lower than expected. Intel earnings are this evening. Intel earnings are interesting because the microchip sector has seen some bullish action over the last day or two. And so I think Intel earnings will be interesting to pay attention to for sure. But to what degree, we're not, I don't know. Yeah, I've been using TradingView in my trading with Chart Prime, and you can see how powerful this is for Chart Prime. Like Chart Prime is just a really powerful tool to use. You can see here, like, look how accurate this was. Possible reversal up, and then like what I like to do here, and I talked about this in the video I dropped yesterday. What I like to do, and this is the SPY chart right here. Look at the SPY move up. But what I like to do is I like to put two different screens up like this so I can watch the SPY just regularly in one and you can kind of see the regular action. But then I also have Chart Prime up here. And what I like to do is I like to look for, and this is what they taught me. They did a class with me a while back. What they taught me was that when you combine all of these together, like look, possible reversal up, bullish engulfing, three white soldiers, candlesticks, right? When you combine all those aspects together, look at the big follow through. Like it literally called this rebound here. Like look at this. It identified it here. Like, look at this. It identified it here. Let me get a better one. It identified it here, and then it literally called that full rebound all the way back up. And so, again, they are a sponsor of my video, so I'm certainly biased. But I've been using Chart Prime a lot with my trading. Very powerful tool to use, very powerful tool. And a nice little rebound here on the SPY that it literally predicted this reversal. If you keep going back here, you can kind of see it bullish engulfing. Look at that nice little bounce there that it called. It auto documents support or resistance. Possible reversal up. Nice little bounce over 7 or 8 minute period. So again, pretty useful. Again, if you want to check out Chart Prime, you can look at the link in the description. Yeah, you can use it in crypto. You can use it in stocks. You can use it in futures. It's on TradingView, right? So TradingView allows you to basically look up everything in the market, really, Yeah, nice call, Jack. Again, and you can kind of see here, big rebound in markets. Green day, again, we made about 230 today. Not bad. Could have done a little bit better, but we didn't trade super actively, so I'm actually pretty happy with that. You can look at our Google trade. We did buy this dip in Google. Our entry is about $93. We're kind of sitting on this now. I'll let this continue to work, to be honest, in Google. But we bought the dip. We ended up cutting Meta. Stonk Tech, I think, is supposed to go live today, guys. If you want to check out Stonk, here is the link. It's a trading social media platform. We're going to go ahead and close it down. But yeah, this is a trading social media platform for traders. Their ultimate job is to help traders get better, protect them against big banks and hedge funds. And they're going to give you free tools and option flow access as well, saving you hundreds. So if you want to check out Stonk, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. They're supposed to go live today. We'll see if they do. I'm going to go ahead and close it down, guys. Another green day in the books. We'll take it. Nice little solid green day. Hopefully we get continuations. We will be back later on, guys, so be ready. We will be back later on the stream. And so be ready. Remember, we got Apple and Amazon and Intel earnings this evening. We will be streaming the full earnings release as well as the earnings call. We're going to stream it all here. So be ready, guys. Let me know what your predictions are for Apple and Amazon. As always, if you haven't already subscribed, we certainly appreciate the love and support. We also got a crypto channel coming out later. Again, thank you guys so much for the love and support. It's been amazing, man. Running this free community has been a blessing. And, it kind of shows you that giving away stuff for free, putting out free content, not selling a course, it is really the future of trading. I think putting stuff out there, I mean, I can make my money on the back end with sponsors and stuff and give away free content and just create a free community of traders without needing to sell like a sleazy course. Because again, I'm going to tell you guys this, most content that you can find in these courses is publicly available for free. And so a large majority of the content that you find in these courses is already out there for free. It doesn't cost anything to find it. And so what these course sellers have to do is they kind of have to pressure you into spending money that you don't need to do. Creates a lot of haters for the channel, and I get it, but free content's the future. And again, it's something that you want to certainly understand. Don't get sucked into spending thousands on a course that's going to be generic publicly available content, guys. And you'll see a lot of the big time ones doing it. It is what it is, but y'all stay safe in the market. We'll see you guys later. Love you all. Have a good day, guys. We'll be back later on. Remember, we do have Apple and Amazon earnings later on, guys, so we'll be back. Love you all. Y'all stay safe. Sitting in Google and Ford right now. Both of them doing okay, ripping up a little bit. So, hey, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Or we'll see you guys later on today. Apple, Amazon earnings, 4 p.m. Later, team.